Okay, there we go. Good morning, everyone. My name is Mel Barnes. I'm Chief Legal Counsel to Governor Evers and the Chair of his Pardon Advisory Board. I'm going to introduce my fellow board members, and then I'll go through a little bit of housekeeping about how this morning's hearing will work before we get started hearing from all of you. So with us today, we have board member Cindy O'Donnell, who served as Deputy Secretary for the Department of Corrections under Governors Thompson, McCallum, and Doyle. She also served as a division administrator under Attorneys General Lautenschlager and Van Hollen. We have board member Reverend Jerry Hancock, who is the director of the Prison Ministry Project. He previously served as a public defender, a deputy district attorney, and as an administrator for the Department of Justice's Division of Law Enforcement Services. And we have board member Anthony Cooper Sr., who is the CEO of Focused Interruption, an organization dedicated to interrupting the devastating cycle of violence with help from the community. He received a pardon from Governor Evers in January of 2021. And finally, we have board member Eric Liberator, who is the incoming Assistant Director of Student Success and incoming Assistant Teaching Professor at Marquette University Law School. He previously served as supervising attorney at Disability Rights Wisconsin and in the governor's office. And I'll note for everyone that none of our board members are here as representatives of their employers today. Everyone is here in their personal capacity. With that, a couple of things to know about today's hearing. First, the hearing is being live streamed via Wisconsin Eye and YouTube. For that reason, we're going to ask you to mute yourselves and keep your camera off until it is your turn to be heard by the board. That will allow us to focus on the person who's presenting and make sure we get good audio quality. If you run into any IT issues with the Zoom, don't worry about it. Someone from staff will reach out and help you try to troubleshoot. If it means we need to come back to you because Zoom isn't cooperating when it's your turn, we can certainly do that. Otherwise, we're going to call on folks in the order listed in the agenda and open meeting notice. Each applicant will have about 5 minutes total to share your story with the board. We're going to ask you to spend the first 3 of those 5 minutes speaking to the questions that we sent you in advance of today's hearing. As a reminder, those 3 questions are to first, please give us a brief summary of your offense and how your sentence went. We're not here to retry the crime. You don't need to minimize your involvement. We just want to hear from you in your own words what happened. Second, to give us a brief summary of what you've done since the completion of your sentence, community involvement, employment, essentially where you're at now and how your life is different than the time of your offense. And third and finally, please give us a brief statement about why you're seeking a pardon and why you think the governor should grant you one. Once you've spent 3 minutes on those questions, we're going to open it up to any follow-up questions the board may have for you. Don't read too much into it either way if we do or do not have additional questions for you. As you know, your application materials are quite detailed, and we've spent a lot of time with those before today's hearing. If we do have questions, though, we want to make sure that we save time to get to them so that we can make an informed recommendation to the governor. Once you're done answering any questions we have for you, you're welcome to sign off and leave the Zoom hearing. Once everyone's been heard, the board will meet in closed session to decide whether or not to recommend your application to Governor Evers. You need a majority support of board members present in order for your application to be sent on to the governor, who will then make the final decision about whether or not to grant you a pardon. Either way, you'll hear about the outcome of today's hearing about 1 to 2 months from today. We know you've been very patient to get to hearing day, and we thank you for giving us just a little bit more time so we can get those recommendations to the governor. So with that, we'll go ahead and get started with our first applicant this morning, which is Demora Rhodes. Mr. Rhodes?
Yes. Good morning.
Good morning. You are welcome to turn your camera on. We can hear you very clearly.
Okay. All right, there we go. Can you see me?
Perfect.
All right. Good morning, pardon board.
Good morning.
Oh, good morning. My name is Demora Rhodes. I'm here this morning seeking a pardon for some of the poor decisions and mistakes that I made as a young adult coming up, growing up. I grew up in a broken home where I was one parent. I stayed with my mother and had a father, but he stayed in a different city, and I had a brother, which really he was my brother, but really didn't teach me or show me the right way in life. He was older, and so I had to grow up and learn how to be an adult on my own. So I turned to the streets thinking that, the streets was my family and I had to find out the hard way and end up catching a couple charges, a couple cases by making some poor decisions in my life. Um, st- which was over like 31 years ago. The first one was in 95 where I was driving and had some marijuana and a firearm in the car. Um, I had knowledge that the firearm was in the car. The marijuana was mine, which I had just purchased, and I end up getting pulled over and taken to jail with the charges. And I received Hubert, house correction with Huber. So I went through the Huber and completed that, and then I end up completing that, and I had later on in life end up falling, bumping my head a couple more times. So I had to learn, to do a 360 in my life. And I had another possession charge where I was in the car with a couple friends and I was in the passenger seat and there was some marijuana that was in the car, which was another offense, and which the marijuana wasn't mine. It was the driver of the car. So I end up grabbing the marijuana, putting it in my possession, and took complete ownership of it. And I think I got some house of correction time for that, and I served that and took care of that. And then another incident where I was possessing a firearm, and I seen the police coming and end up running and threw the firearm on the ground. And those three charges there where are the ones that I'm seeking a pardon on because I was young at the time where I didn't have the right guidance in my life where if I did from the beginning, a lot of the things wouldn't have happened. So I had to learn from my mistakes of the things that I had did to become the person that I am now. So those things that I had went through at that time had taught me that that's not the person that I wanted to be. That's not the things that I wanted to do in life. So once I learned myself and knew what I wanted in life, I started perfecting my craft and I started my own businesses where first I started buying storage lockers. And I started buying storage lockers for like 10 years. And I had seen a show that was Storage Wars, and I had opened up my own business where I was selling appliances, furniture, and a lot of other items where the things that I had found in the storage lockers, and I end up turning it into a business where I opened up the Buzz Warehouse, which was opened up to the community, and I deal with a lot of people in the community because I knew that I'm a people's person, and I wanted to, you know, do something for the community, do something for society. So once COVID hit, I had to end up closing those doors to the Buzz Warehouse, and I had to figure out something that I really wanted to do during that time because I couldn't get a job. We couldn't be around people. So what I did was I opened up an appliance store, which only you which only I can deliver the appliances to the people houses, and because everyone had to stay in the house at that time. So a lot of people needed like deep freezers and stoves and refrigerators and stuff of that sort. So I opened up an appliance store and I was delivering furniture, appliances to the customers. And then later on in life, I end up getting my trucking and dispatching license where I was going to do box trucks and and on the load board, you know, um, get loads for people that's in the trucking business. So I end up doing that, but I had to put it on hold because of like the felony convictions that I had, which I couldn't get my CDL's license how I wanted to, but I was the owner of the business, so I I couldn't really operate it how I really wanted it to. So I ended up going into car sales, and to this day, I'm still into car sales. I got my dealer's license and everything. I'm a dealer in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Um, I'm a I'm a I'm a father of six, which I have two older sons, which is 30 and 31. And I end up teaching my kids, once once they start getting older, that this is not the road that you want to go down, because I didn't make mistakes in my life, and I wanted my kids to be better than me and not go down the road that I went down. So I got a 31-year-old, a 30-year-old, which they have clean records, never been to jail, keep a good paying job. And I got four other kids which are still in school. The youngest one is 4, and the other one is 6, and the other two are 14 and 15, and they're still in school. So I'm a dad of 6 and a proud father. And as and I once I like I said, I want to teach my kids not to grow up in the in the in the environment and do the things that I did, to go down the road that I went down. I wanted them to be better than me, and not make the mistakes that I made. And I was seeking a pardon today for the the charges, so I can be able to get loans, be able to get my CDL's license, so I can be able to obtain the buildings, and because at the time, when I was trying to get the buildings and the properties that I needed for my businesses, I wasn't able to get those because of the felony convictions that I had on me. So I said to myself that I need to figure this out and do it a better way, so I'm able to do the things that I wanted to do in the community, because I knew I was a person. I'm a people's person, and I love being around people, and I wanted to do something for the community. So I started doing a lot of good things for myself, and did a whole 360 in my life, knowing that the things that I did when I was younger wasn't going to better me in my future. So I started doing a lot of positive things, and started um, connecting with people that was going to put me in the right places, that was going to help me out, and
Thank you,
being
Mr. Rhodes. I don't want to cut you off, but I do want to make sure we get to questions. So let's open it up to the board.
okay.
Board members, Reverend Hancock.
Uh, Mr. Rhodes, there was
Yes,
a
ma'am.
very positive letter from your sister.
Mhm.
What has it meant to you to reconnect with her?
Oh, my sister. When I was I didn't know that I had two sisters. Once I discovered them, I ended up finding them myself. So once I connected with my sister, she's a loving person. I'm glad that we connected. We got a good relationship now. But at the time when I didn't know my sister, I always wanted a sister. So once I contacted with my sister and really got to know her, then I knew that that was a part in my life of me that I knew that I was missing. So me and her has a great relationship right now. She stayed in Georgia. She ended up moving to Milwaukee to be closer to me, to really build a relationship with me. And she's here now, and our relationship is good.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Other questions from the board? Mr. Rhodes, just one for me. It looks like in 2004, you had a couple of charges that were dismissed. You were not convicted of these, but it was a battery charge and a felony false imprisonment charge. Can you tell us just a little bit about what happened there?
Okay, that time right there, that was a really a life-changing situation that I was in. I was dealing with a lady at that time where I was in a relationship, and at the time I didn't know that she had these um how you say, there was like a mental issue that I didn't know that this person had. And there was a situation where I didn't want to be in a relationship anymore, and I told her I couldn't do it. And her and her family, well, it wasn't really her family, it was her sister, which got in the middle of it and put some false charges on me, saying that this is something that I end up doing, which it was something that I really didn't do. And like I said, I was just dealing with somebody that had some issues, that didn't want me to leave, didn't want me to be, if I left out the relationship, that they didn't want to see anything good with me. So there was some false charges that was put on me that later on in life, not later on in life, but later on after the court proceeding, that they seen that everything was false that was presented towards me. So everything was dismissed once I had end up going to court and had a attorney that looked more into it to
Okay,
so the people.
Mr. Road. Any other questions from the board? All right, thank you for your time today, Mr. Rhodes. We appreciate it and hope you enjoy your weekend.
All right, thank you, board. Have a good day and a good weekend.
Thank you. Next up, we have Tyrone Whitley. Mr. Whitley? Mr. Whitley, do we have you with us in the Zoom? Couple of unnamed folks. Okay. In the meantime, we will go on to Mary Schote or Schote. Ms. Schote?
Good morning.
Good morning. We can hear you. We can't see you quite yet.
It won't let me turn on the camera.
Okay, we'll try prompting you.
Oh, there you go.
There we go.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm asking for a pardon this morning because I have been in healthcare for over 25 years. And my felony is holding me from moving forward. I would like to get my LLCs to have my own home. I've been working with veterans the whole time. And with this, it's holding me back. And I would like to move forward for my family and myself.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Could we ask you to spend a little bit of time talking about the crime and your sentence and then what you do now? We appreciate hearing about what you'd like to do with the pardon, but we want to hear about those other things too.
I got involved with a group of people who offered me a lot of money at the time. When it was all said and done, it really wasn't a lot of money, and it changed my life in a bad way. I haven't been in trouble since. I've learned my lesson from it. I've taught my kids not to do things like that. I've spent all the time, this whole time, trying to do the right things and live the right life and do honest things.
Okay. So Ms. Schote, you deposited a fraudulent check and took some money then out of the account that you were sharing, then shared those proceeds with these people that you mentioned. Is that right?
Correct. Correct.
Other questions from the board? Reverend Hancock.
The judge in Dane County who reviewed your application for a pardon supports your getting a pardon. How does that support make you feel?
It makes me feel very proud, that I've done something that they can acknowledge that I deserve it.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Any other questions from the board? Okay, thank you, Ms. Schote. Appreciate your time today, and I hope you enjoy your weekend.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Regina Rosier. Ms. Rosier?
Can you hear me?
We can, yes, we can't see you quite yet. We can try prompting you for video.
Okay, it says the host has asked you to start my video. Okay,
There
good
we go.
morning.
Good morning.
I wrote out a statement. I hope that's okay.
Perfect.
Because I will forget things. I'm 57. I'm forgetting things now. Good morning, members of the Governor's Pardon Advisory Board. Thank you for this opportunity. Again, my name is Regina Rozier. And in 2006, while serving as the parent club treasurer at Browning Elementary School, I committed theft. I was a single parent and was struggling financially, and I used the checkbook to access in order to steal checks that totaled approximately $9,000. I used the money to pay bills. I violated the trust that was placed in me, and I am deeply sorry for the harm my actions caused. There's no excuse for what I did, and I accepted responsibility by paying all restitution and court-ordered fees and successfully completed probation. I think I completed it a little early. Since then, I have dedicated my life to becoming a better person. For nearly 20 years, I have remained crime-free, and I work hard to rebuild my life. I am employed, and I'm currently pursuing a liberal arts degree with an expected graduation date of 2028. I am actively involved in church and therapy and committed to personal growth. I am a proud mother of 3 children. One is a college graduate, she's a nurse. One is a hardworking married son with a family. And last but least, my 16-year-old, who is autistic, who plays Special Olympics basketball, and who is on the honor roll. My children do know about the mistake that I made, and I use my experience to teach them that our choices have lasting consequences. I understand that the barriers that I face today were created by my own actions and my choices, but I recently asked for a pardon because I believe I have demonstrated genuine rehabilitation through nearly 2 decades of productive living. A pardon would allow me to move forward and continue building the future I have worked so hard to create. I just want to thank you. I appreciate your time, and I am honored by your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rozier. Questions from the board? Reverend Hancock.
Ms. Rozier, the judge and district attorney in Milwaukee County who reviewed your application for a pardon supports your getting a pardon from the governor. How does that make you feel?
And I'm humbled. This has been a journey, to say the least. I mean, I met um, and I don't even like driving past the police station, to be perfectly honest with you. Um, but I am honored that that they support the uh the pardon. I'm honored and I'm humbled.
Thank you.
Any other questions
Thank you.
from the board? All right. Thank you, Ms. Rozier. Appreciate your time, and we'll let you get back to work. Thanks so much.
Thank you. I am at work. Thank you.
We can tell. All right. Shamar Young is our next applicant. Ms. Young?
Hi, I'm here. Hi. Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
I prepared a speech as well, or a statement as well, that I would like to read. So, good morning, Chairman and members of the board. I would like to thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Shamar, and I appreciate your consideration for my application for a pardon. In 2004, I signed for a UPS delivery for a package that my brother's girlfriend at the time asked me to sign for. I didn't know everything that was behind signing for that package, but what ended up happening was she used the identity of another person to order a computer and camera equipment and stuff like that. So I signed for that and was convicted of that and received probation. But at that same time, I entered into a relationship with someone that I shouldn't have entered into a relationship with. And because I was already going down a bad path, I stayed on that path and ended up writing a couple of checks at Walgreens, and went to jail and received probation for that as well. I completed my probation, but before I completed that probation, I had received the interstate compact to Illinois. Moved to Illinois and got a pass to come to Arizona, and came to Arizona and never left, where that made me abscond from my probation. And I was picked up by the U.S. Marshals. And that I was picked up and brought back to Wisconsin, where I worked out, spoke my probation. She just signed off on it because the time that I was in Arizona, I didn't commit any crimes. I didn't do anything else, I guess. And so she signed off on my probation in 2013. And from that point on, I was always working in healthcare. And I don't know, I'm sorry. I was working in healthcare for the last 20 years, well, since the conviction, actually. I did so many different jobs, but right now I'm in school for my BSN in nursing. And I don't know, I'm nervous being on camera. So since completing my sentence, I rebuilt my life from the ground up. I attended all type of classes from CNA medical. I got a medical assistant, phlebotomy certifications. I am halfway through with the BSN program right now. I'm attending the Arizona College of Nursing. And what I've learned from this is I made the choices that put my life on the track that it's on. So I don't know. I'm nervous right now for speaking on camera. I'm never the person to speak on camera. But yeah, since the conviction, did my probation, completed all those every task, they made me get my GED. I went above and beyond that. And I'm asking for a pardon because I also, every job interview I go on, I get it. But when the background check come back, it's like that bars me from certain things. Like recently I worked for Chase Bank and I had to go through like a strenuous background check, which I of course passed because I ended up working there. I'm not the person that I was in 2004 or 2006. I've definitely learned that choices have consequences, whether they're good choices or bad choices. And I definitely learned from them and changed my life and did a complete 180. I'm not that person at all. And so I think if I receive a pardon, I will be, it would be a great thing for me and the community because I want to be the nurse, a forensic nurse to help victims of sexual assault because, you know, that's a hard thing to live with. And I want to be the person that someone could come to and help them in the most difficult time. So I thank you for listening to me. And that's all I have for now.
Thank you, Ms. Young. Questions
You're
from the board? Eric.
Good morning. Thank you for taking the time to talk with us today. Appreciate you sharing about what you're pursuing in school and your career goals there. There was one question I had about your application where you had indicated that you had not finished paying restitution, and that matches some of the records we see. I was just wondering if there was any update on that, if that's something you're still working toward.
I'm still working towards it.
Okay. Do you have a formal payment plan, or is it kind of as you can, you're paying toward it?
As I can, I'm paying towards it.
All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Ms. Young, it might be helpful for us to know, do you have an estimate of how long it would take you to finish paying that off?
I
Just
could be
over
done.
$2,000.
I could be done paying for it within like the next 6 months or so.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, thank you.
You're welcome.
Other questions from the board? Reverend Hancock.
Ms. Young, your educational accomplishments are really good. Do you remember when you got your GED that sort of started you on this path?
2007. I started working on the GED while I was in the House of Correction, where I was actually a tutor before I even had my GED. Yeah.
Okay. And the judge and the DA in Milwaukee County who reviewed your application support the governor granting you a pardon. How does that support make you feel?
It makes me feel happy because I definitely I learned a lot from the choices that I made. I won't say that they were mistakes because it was something that I did and I learned from it, and I won't do it again. Do anything else again. I don't even have so much as a parking ticket or driving ticket or anything like that. I live a straight and narrow life now.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions? All right. Thank you, Ms. Young. We appreciate your time today and hope you enjoy your weekend.
Thank you.
Okay, I believe that we have Mr. Whitley in the Zoom now. Tyrone Whitley, we are ready to hear from you. Mr. Whitley, you appear to still be muted. Can you unmute yourself for us?
Stay muted, unmute. Okay,
There we
is that
go.
it?
Now
Thank
we can
you.
hear you. All right, please go right ahead.
Hello, how you doing?
Great, thank you. Mr. Whitley, were you able to hear the directions in the beginning? We're just gonna ask you to speak to those 3 questions we sent you in advance for about 3 minutes, and then we'll open up to other questions the board may have for you.
Okay, sure. What do I do now?
Whenever you're ready, go right ahead.
I'm ready.
Okay, so those 3 questions we sent you in advance, we're gonna ask you to spend about 3 minutes speaking to those.
What the questions? I read through them, but
Okay, let's start with, tell us about the offense you're seeking a pardon for and how your sentence went.
okay. I'm seeking pardon for possession with intent to deliver marijuana, and they sentenced me to 3-year probation, and I went through that very fine, everything, and yeah, I had like 4 bags of weed. It became a felony because I said 2 bags was for my friend. So that's possession with intent. I didn't know no better. First thing I ever been arrested. So, I just know not to buy marijuana anymore and stay clean. So, I'm 60 years old
Okay, and
and
tell us a
married.
little bit about what you've done since the completion of your sentence. We have your full application materials, but tell us a little bit about your work or any volunteer work since then.
Yes, I've been working over 20 years doing medical transportation, doing dialysis and kids to school in wheelchairs. Yeah, I've been doing that for over 20 years, and I'm still doing it right now today. I took off today for the Zoom video.
Okay, and do you still work as a security guard as well?
No, that's what I wanted, seeking my pardon so I can get back into that for public safety. I used to do security. When I
Okay,
caught the felon, I couldn't do it anymore.
but you've done this dialysis program the entire time too. I think you said 20 years.
Yes, I've been doing it. I'm still doing it right now today.
And you touched a little bit on our 3rd question, which is why you're seeking a pardon. It sounds like for employment opportunities. Anything else that a pardon would change about your life?
Yes, just getting back into society, being able to go places and work with, certain places like school, like I said, public safety, things like that, that I'm used to doing security into the malls and Kohl's department stores. I miss that, really misses it. And so that's why I had to switch to the driving, 'cause you can do more of that drive opportunity with no felon or whatever when you have felons on you. So I'm seeking to just try to get my life straight, apologize to the system, to the court, I made a mistake and won't happen again.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Whitley. Let's see if board members have any follow-up questions for you. Cindy?
Okay,
Yeah. Good morning, Mr. Whitley.
good morning.
As part of the application process, applicants are encouraged to submit letters of support from neighbors, family, employers for their application, and you chose not to submit any letters. Can you tell us why not?
Because I didn't really, working every day and couldn't think right. And I tried, I was writing and writing. And I'm sorry though, but I'm glad you guys called me. I can explain better in person, you know. Yeah, but that was my opportunity I missed. I should have been writing what they call it, the letter recommendation.
Okay,
And
thank
just,
you.
didn't know what to write, nervous, didn't know what to write.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Other questions from the board? Mr. Whitley,
Yes.
there's one thing that you talked about in your application that I just want to give you a chance to address. You had a charge in 2007 that you were found not guilty by a jury, but some allegations involving, I believe, your granddaughters. Is there anything else you want to add about that?
No, they came forward and said it was lying. So, still my wife is here now. They grandmom, my granddaughter, and everything's perfect.
You have a good relationship with them now?
Yes, I do.
Okay, thank you.
You're
Well, we
welcome.
appreciate your time today, Mr. Whitley, and hope you enjoy your weekend.
You too. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Next up, we have Stephen Lee. Mr. Lee, we're ready to hear from you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you all hear me okay?
Perfectly.
Okay. Thank you again for reaching out and let me know that I was going to be on this pardon board hearing, which I'm looking forward to. 2002, I was convicted of retail theft, greater than 2,500, I believe. I did 30 days in jail, 1 year probation. Everything went fine. During my jail time, I stayed on Huber. I stayed with stayed working during that time. I've been employed ever since. Getting off my probation, which was this February of 2003. After getting out of off probation, I volunteered as a JC for a few years in Crawford County. I've volunteered at local fests here in La Crosse County. Presently, I'm working at Quick Trip here in La Crosse. Before that, I was living in Georgia, working at a security firm, and we only had lived down in Georgia for about a year. And before that, I worked 14 years at the City Brewing Company here in La Crosse. Is there anything else you need to know?
Oh, you want to tell us a little bit about why you're seeking a pardon, Mr. Lee, and what it would change for you?
The reason I'm seeking a pardon is because I would like to get back into the security field. And because of my conviction in the state of Wisconsin, I cannot hold a security license. I've had two firms here in La Crosse that said they would be glad to hire me if I could get the pardon and if I didn't have the conviction. And I told him, this is what I'm working on and hopefully it can go through. If something happens, I will reach out to y'all. I'll let y'all know that I can be employed. Other than that, I do have full-time employment right now, but I really like to get back in the security field of things. Just it's kind of where my neck is at. And I did work in security down in Georgia because my felony was a hindrance because one, I didn't carry a weapon, and most of my security work was on a 5,500 acre resort. So,
And Mr. Lee, I think I missed it. Where do you work now?
Quick Trip.
Got it. Okay, thank you. Other questions from the board? Cindy?
Good morning, Mr. Lee. You may have heard me ask the previous applicant, but you also chose not to submit any letters of support with your application. Can you tell the board why you made that decision?
With my application, I wasn't really looking for any letters of support from anybody. My supervisor down in Georgia said he would have written a letter for me, but before he had a chance to write it, I left and moved back to Wisconsin. He would have given me a glowing review according to him, but I don't know. I really don't reach out to other people to try to get support from people. I try to do things on my own. It's not that I don't appreciate the offer, but sometimes I've always been able to rely on myself more than I've been able to rely on others.
Thank you.
Other questions from the board? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Lee. Appreciate your time today, and I hope you enjoy your weekend.
Thank you. You have a good day.
You as well. All right. Jamie Mesha is next. Mosh?
Yep.
Maybe you can tell me how to say your name.
Are you good?
Great, how are you?
Good, good. All right. First of all, thank you for the consideration of this. It's been a long time. Been trying to get things worked around it. Back in July of '93, I was arrested for a party to a burglary. Two others and myself had broken into a friend's parents' home. And yes, friends, I said, to steal 60-liter bottles of liquor because they bragged about it. Our friends did, that their parents had them. And while they went camping, we decided to go and take these liquor bottles. After a couple days, the police must have known something or something had alerted them to my attention. And I'd spoken to my mother, scared to death and being just barely 18. She said we need to go in, so I turned myself in. I was prosecuted, sentenced to 4 years district intensive sanctions program, which is basically go to jail, go to prison for 4 months, then go home for a bracelet for 4 months, and then be supervised for the rest of the probation period. So I was in Dodge Correctional County for around 6 months, and then released to the bracelet, completed everything, paid off the restitution I needed to, and around a year after that offense, I got in a fight over a girl with another kid and was charged with a misdemeanor battery. The kid, he swung first, I fought back, but and we only got a couple of hits in, somebody broke us up right away, and being a felon and on probation, I was charged right away, and that pretty much stopped anything that I was going to, I was terrified of prison. I didn't like it. It was not fun. I did all this a year after graduating high school, not thinking, just by spur of the moment actions, and very dumb decision I made back then. I fixed my life. I stayed out of trouble. I've had no charges since '94. 32. That was 32 years ago. I'm 51 now. I've been married, had a daughter a few years after I was done with all the stuff, and was a co-manager for Wendy's and a general manager, and have been a manager for them for 10 different stores. Had my son 10 years later, and they know everything about what I've done. I don't hide any of the choices I made in life, good or bad. And I think it helps steer them somewhat with their mother's, direction as well. My daughter is an RN. My son is just graduated high school last year and is in Kenosha College for being a doctor. So that's going to be straight and arrow for him. Neither one have ever been in trouble. My son won't even swear, and he's 19. It's comical to a point, but very good for him. I've given back to the community in ways where I was in a motorcycle sport club. We did a lot of charity runs. I am very artistic, so I would make handmade woodburn clocks or pictures, and I would donate them out of my own money to be able to be raffled off. So the whatever cause we were going for that time would work out. But one of the biggest returns I've ever given is being a manager for a big corporation, and I have a lot of people that came through with applicants, and they were felons as well. I don't hold it against them. They have to prove to me, like I had to prove to myself and everybody else that, mistakes are a mistake and you can get better from that and go on. And I've brought up a lot of people from my company and made them into managers themselves. And they're still working today. So I think that's my biggest knack, was being able to share my story. I don't hide it. It's something that I did. I can't say that I'm not ashamed of it, but I'm not shy about speaking about it because it does help remind me and help others on that one. I guess the reasons for why I'm seeking this is never forget it, but to put it in the past and let it rest for now. Even though I run a $2 million business, they've trusted me with that over and over again. It's held me back from trying to go advancement wise, district manager or above, because they trust me with this $2 million store, but when you have 5 or 6 different stores, I don't know if there's a barrier on that or something, one of the policies, but I just can't go forward on that thing. I've tried other avenues. I did go to college for CNC work, and certain factories back then when I tried to go in for, they had government products they were making, so no clearance, can't get in that. Another reason would be my grandfather and father were both deer hunters, and I never got to experience that with them. I was never allowed to touch the gun, and they don't bow hunt, so my son never got to experience it with me. He got to go with my grandfather before he passed away, and my dad a couple times, but it's just not that generational thing that you can miss out. And I'd like to be able to catch up if I can with them. And like I said, I've never been, I guess, ashamed of my crime because it scared me on the right path, I guess you could say. I tell the story to a lot of people. I'm grateful to never forget it, but let it go out of, put it out of his misery, I guess you could say. That's about all I have for questions. And if you guys have questions.
Thank you, Mr. Mosh. Questions from the board? Cindy?
Yeah, I have a couple of questions, Mr. Mish. So you talked about the original crime. You said you entered the home to take some alcohol. Can you talk about what else was taken?
The other gentleman took TVs. They took some firearms, and I believe they sold them to a truck stop or something like that, because we didn't speak after that. One of the gentlemen I actually reconnected with about 4 years ago. I moved up to Oshkosh, and he lives there. He's doing a lot better himself. He is now a owner of a food truck for like fairs and things like that, and he's doing well. The other gentleman I never talked with again or spoke with. I don't know who he is.
Okay. According to the criminal complaint, 4 rifles and shotguns, a BB gun, including, and then a vehicle was taken and damaged, and you had the
I've never heard about a vehicle. That was nothing to do with my part. They didn't even talk about that in court. Now the firearms they did talk about, but they dropped mine down to a party to a burglary because I didn't have any affiliation with the guns. The other gentleman did. So I still got a charge because of the burglary. But the arm part, I didn't get any charges with because I wasn't involved with that half of it. The other guys admitted it.
Okay. And the keys to the vehicle were found on one of your co-defendants. So you also have a lot of unsatisfied small claims findings. What's that all about?
What would that be about?
2011, 6,900, 2012, 6,200, 2012, 3,600, 2014, 4,200, all small claims findings.
I have everything caught up on my financials. I just paid off my house and just paid off my truck with my house purchase or sale. So I have no, because I purchased a house, so I couldn't have purchased a house with all that.
Okay. Sometimes these records, there's people with the same last name or a similar last name, so that could be that. My last question,
Yeah, the
I'm sorry.
recommendation.
Yeah, I mean, it's really helpful for us as a board. You want us to see who you are today. And so
Correct.
those letters are really helpful for us to see from employers, neighbors, family, whatever, who you are today. And you didn't submit any. And it seems like
One
you
of
have a good relationship with your employer and others. Why not?
the one I was looking for, and I was thinking of more of this direction. I was trying to reach out towards the people I robbed, the homeowners of that. My friends, well, we haven't spoken since that happened as well. The kids I hung out with when I was a kid, and I did what I could to try to find them on Facebook and ask old friends. From what I understand, they moved out of state, and I wanted to try to get something from them because I never actually got the opportunity to apologize other than in court. And at that moment, the rage they had against me was not, there's no apology to give them in the world for my mistake I made with them. But that's what I was trying to reach out to. I mean, I've mentored many people, yes, and even on like say an application or if I'm doing a resume, I put my underlings, people I supervised, to give me that, and I didn't think of it that direction, or I would have. But I always wanted to reach out to the people that I hurt. Then I couldn't reach them, so there was no letter because of that.
Well, as part of the pardon process, the governor's office pardon workers reach out to the victims. So
Okay.
that would have happened as part of the process. But thank you for your explanation.
Other questions from the board? Okay, thank you, Mr. Mosh. Appreciate your time. And I appreciate you touching specifically on your views of hiring people and considering their felony records as a manager, and your ability to see beyond that because of your own experience. So thank you for that. And I hope you enjoy your weekend.
Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Next up, we have Brandon Easter. Mr. Easter?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Okay. I'm seeking a pardon for 2 charges of manufacturers deliver heroin, and my other charge, manufacturers deliver cocaine, party of a crime. For my first count, I sold drugs to an undercover informant. And the second charge, I knew a guy, so I sent the undercover informant to him to buy cocaine. So that's why I got a party of a crime. This happened in 2016, 10 years ago. I was heavy in my addiction, trying to support my addiction. So I was doing any and everything to try to support that, which included selling drugs. I received 6 months house arrest and 2 years probation, which I completed early for being sober and not getting in trouble. And I'm seeking a pardon because, since then, I've graduated college, Western Technical and Business Applied Science. I maintained a job since then. I work for a medical transport company right now. I've been with them for the last 5 years, and I'm seeking a part. Oh, I got married and had a new daughter. She's 6 right now, and I'm seeking a pardon because I wanted to get a better job. I keep getting denied because of my background. Also, it's hard for me to rent, so housing denies me as well for my background. I also want a pardon for a peace of mind to try to put that in my past behind me. And I also want my gun rights back. So that's why I'm seeking a pardon. Any questions?
Board members, any questions for Mr. Easter? Cindy?
Yeah, good morning, Mr. Easter. I have a couple of questions.
Okay.
So you tell us, and it seems apparent that your crimes were related to your own addiction to heroin. Is that accurate?
Correct.
Right. So, and then in the application, in section 17, it asks about treatment you've had, and you left that blank. So my question is, how did you beat that addiction and how do you maintain your sobriety today?
I actually beat my addiction cold turkey. It was rough. My wife, which was my girlfriend at the time, she helped me through it. I had to take UAs or drops, should I say, every week to make sure I maintain my sobriety. It was very tough. I had to change my people, places, and things. So I actually moved out of La Crosse and moved to Unalaska. And all the friends and people I was dealing with that was addicted to drugs, I had to cut them off and just move forward and put it behind me.
So never involved yourself in any formal treatment.
No, no formal treatment. I just cold turkeyed it.
Okay.
That was it.
Did you ever participate in NA or anything like that?
I had to do a NA program and a AA program at the La Crosse drug center thing where they have you do your drops and UAs at. So I
Okay.
had to participate in that as well because my license got suspended because of it too. So I had to, in order to get my license back to do my job, which is driving and medical transport, I had to do those programs.
Yeah. Well, congratulations on coming through the other end of that. It's not an easy
No, it was
thing. Good
not.
for you. My other question is, and you've heard me ask the four
Yeah.
previous candidates, you
But
didn't put any letters of support, and they can be really helpful for the board. So, can you explain to us why you made that decision?
I was so anxious to get this application in to get this process started that I kind of looked over the recommendation, which I kind of regret right now. It was a couple years ago. I probably would have had it if today's the day or this time period I was putting in the application. But yeah, I really regret not having my boss and my wife and everybody
Yeah.
chime in on my growth and me moving forward because I was in a bad place.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you for your time.
Yep.
Other questions from the board? Jerry?
Mr. Easter, the judge in La Crosse County who reviewed your pardon application supports your getting a pardon, and it's the same judge who sentenced you and the same judge who approved your getting off probation early. How does that strong support make you feel?
I'm very appreciative of Judge Levine. He's been there since the beginning of this journey of me moving forward and going to a positive life. I very much appreciate it. I actually wrote him plenty letters and stuff like that to show appreciation, and I'm very humbled and very appreciative.
Good. Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? Okay, thank you, Mr. Easter. Appreciate your time with us today. Have a great weekend.
You too.
Darren Allen is our next applicant. Mr. Allen?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Okay, so I got this written down. So good morning. I'd like to thank you for inviting me to this parole board hearing. I take full responsibility for the offenses I committed when I was young. In 1983 and again in 85, I set fires during suicide attempts. In the first incident, I set fire to my parents' garage, which burned down. In a second, I set 3 small fires in a house. I was not thinking clearly and was consumed by depression, alcohol, and hopelessness. I never intended to hurt anybody, and now I understand how serious and frightening those actions were for others. I was sentenced to 45 days in jail with Huber privileges, 3 years probation, and ordered to pay restitution, which is now paid in full. I also was in a 28-day treatment program at Bellin Health. Then a few years later, I committed some theft offenses that I'm deeply ashamed of. From 85 to 95, I stole money from my employer at a gas station where I had worked. My employer had trusted me, and I betrayed that trust. I could not stop this compulsive behavior. She treated me kindly and fairly, and I repaid her with selfishness and dishonesty. I'm truly sorry for the hurt I caused her. No words can describe how she must have felt, and I know I also disappointed my coworkers and my families. When an investigator had come and confronted me, I admitted what I had done, and as difficult as that was, it felt good to finally confess and get that off my chest. Carrying that guilt for so long had weighed heavily on me, and telling the truth was the first step toward me changing my life. For that offense, I was sentenced to 8 years in prison and 10 years probation, later reduced to 6 years. I served about 2.5 years in prison, and then I was released. I was also released early off my probation. I was ordered to pay $50,000 in restitution, and I paid that amount in full. While I was incarcerated, I was assigned to Sanger B. Powers and became a chauffeur for the camp, driving to work release inmates to their jobs. I worked in canteen and ran errands for the camp. I earned their trust and became eligible for work release. I worked at a car dealership as a service assistant and worked hard every day to prove I was committed to changing my life. After my release, I continued at that dealership and I worked my way up to the parts counter person, and later became a parts manager at another dealership. I eventually returned to the original dealership as their parts manager. But then when the dealership was sold, the new owners brought in their own parts managers, which ended my career there. But I was proud of how far I had come. I now work for Schneider as an inventory coordinator. I oversee service trucks throughout the United States and several shop locations. I am responsible for $1 million in parts inventory. I travel when needed, and I have a company credit card, which shows the level of trust I've earned over the years. It has now been 30 years since these offenses, and my life is completely different. I've been married for 26 years. My wife and I own a hair salon, and I've maintained a clean record and built a stable home. I donate blood and platelets regularly, and my wife and I support organizations in the community. One of the greatest accomplishments is how I raised my daughter, Amber. I taught her responsibility, honesty, and doing the right things the right way. She is 20 years old and is now a firefighter EMT. I believe I should receive a pardon because I have spent nearly 30 years proving my actions that I have changed, taken responsibility, living a stable life. Me and my wife would also like to travel out of the U.S., and I would like to run for a position on our town board to move up far, and also to get higher at Schneider. I would like to become a leader or a manager. A pardon will not erase my past, but will remove the stigma that still follows me. I'm sorry for the pain that I have caused to my boss at the gas station, and to my parents, and to my family and loved ones. I'd like to thank you for the time. I hope you consider me for a pardon.
Thank you, Mr. Allen. Questions from the board? Reverend Hancock.
Mr. Allen, you still live in Oconto County, right?
Correct.
And that's where your offenses took place years ago, right?
That is correct.
Right. And there's a letter of support from your father, who was in some ways the victim of the house fires. How does that support, your dad's support, make you feel?
That makes me feel great. I know he was disappointed in what I had done, but he always stood behind me no matter what. So, yeah, it was very nice to hear that he had done that for me.
Good. And how did you pay back all that restitution?
For the gas station?
Yeah.
So they already had some money of mine. They had like, I believe, 15,000 from some stocks that I had and various other things. And then we went and took a loan out against our house, my trailer house, and I paid her back all right away. I just wanted to get that done with.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions from the board? Okay, thank you, Mr. Allen. Appreciate your time, and I hope you enjoy your weekend.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And next up, we have Yvette Ford. Miss Ford.
Can you see me?
We can, thank you.
Good morning. I have a prepared statement as well. First, thank you for allowing me to be here. I'm seeking a pardon for a conviction of theft party to a crime that happened in 1993 when I was 23 years old. I just moved in with a guy that I was in a new relationship with. A credit card came in the mail for the previous tenants. At the time, I saw it as an opportunity to get some of the things that I couldn't afford. And there was a $5,000 limit on the card, and I maxed it out. I had 2 young kids at the time. I bought them lots of toys and clothes, some things for the apartment, and some things for me and the guy that I was with. I was unemployed, but convinced myself that I will find a way to pay it back. I make no excuses at all for anything I've done. I take full responsibility. I don't regret many things in my past, and I say that because I'm at a point in my life where I understand that everything, even the things we perceive as being bad, are for our good. I have faith in that. I am sorry that I victimized the owner of the credit card and for causing harm for anybody involved. I was sentenced to 3 years probation, and I admit that it did not go well. I ended up being extended to 2002, I believe. At the time, I just didn't take it seriously. I think I was bitter. I felt like life has always dealt me a bad hand. I just didn't care. I ended up doing 5 days in jail because I absconded, and I was almost 9 months pregnant at the time and ended up delivering when I was still in jail. And I think that pretty much did it for me. I was heartbroken that I had to leave my baby at the hospital and miss critical bonding time and to go ahead and finish my sentence. I do currently still possess a, excuse me, a Class B license, but I no longer work. I'm officially disabled. I was diagnosed with PMDD, depression, and anxiety in 2014. And again, I make no excuses for anything I've done, but I do believe that the conditions had some bearing on my decision making. I lost quite a few jobs because I just couldn't stand being around people. I have no community involvement. I say to myself, outside of my family members. The accomplishment that I'm most proud of is raising my 5 kids with very little assistance. My oldest is an RN. My youngest is currently in college. They all graduated from high school and have never been in any kind of trouble. I've never hidden my past from them, but I use it as a tool to guide them on the right path. I also have 2 grandmasters that I adore. And one thing maybe worth mentioning is that I built a wellness app for people who suffer from depression with the help of AI. I'm also in the process of publishing 3 books. I've been writing since I was a young kid. I spend most of my spare time learning everything I can about AI because it is the future. I initially applied for the pardon because I wanted to become a nurse. Also, I just no longer want to carry the stigma of being labeled as a felon and a thief. I'm now focused on building a career as an author and a digital creator. I've never had any issues with drugs or alcohol. I'm not a bad person. I made a very bad decision. I think the pardon should be granted because it will greatly increase my confidence. I'm not the same person I was 33 years ago, and I have a lot of wisdom to offer the world.
Thank you, Ms. Ford. Questions from the board? Reverend Hancock.
Ms. Ford, the judge and district attorney in Milwaukee County who reviewed your application for a pardon support your getting a pardon from the governor. How does that support make you feel?
I feel honored, humbled, and validated.
Good. Thank you.
Other questions from the board? Okay, thank you, Ms. Ford. I think that's
Thank
everything.
you so much for your time.
Have a great weekend.
You do the same.
And Ms. Ford was the last applicant of our first morning session. In order to stay compliant with our open meeting notice, we are going to take a brief break and we'll pick back up at 10 o'clock. So board members will leave the live stream going. If you want to step away for a break, please mute yourself and turn off your camera. And we'll see you back here right before 10. Good morning. If you're just joining us for the second afternoon session, we are going to start promptly at 10 o'clock, but not before then, just so we can stay compliant with our open meeting notice.
And good morning. We're just checking our audio. Can you hear us?
We can.
Thank you very kindly.
Okay, and it is 9:59, so I'm going to start introducing my fellow board members so we can get started right away at 10 o'clock. Good morning, everyone. My name is Mel Barnes, and I am Governor Evers' Chief Legal Counsel and the Chair of his Pardon Advisory Board. With us today, we also have board member Reverend Jerry Hancock, who is the Director of the Prison Ministry Project. He previously served as a public defender, a deputy district attorney, and as an administrator for the Department of Justice's Division of Law Enforcement Services. We have board member Cindy O'Donnell, who served as the Deputy Secretary for the Department of Corrections under Governors Thompson, McCallum, and Doyle, and also as a Division Administrator under Attorneys General Lautenschlager and Van Hollen. We have board member Anthony Cooper Sr., who is the CEO of Focused Interruption, an organization dedicated to interrupting the devastating cycle of violence with help from the community. He received a pardon from Governor Evers in January of 2021. And we have board member Eric Liberator, who is the Assistant Director of Student Success and an Assistant Teaching Professor at Marquette University Law School. He previously served as a supervising attorney at Disability Rights Wisconsin and in the governor's office, and he appears today in his personal capacity. A couple of housekeeping notes before we get started with hearing from all of you. Please keep in mind that today's hearing is being live streamed via Wisconsin Eye and YouTube. We'll ask you to mute yourself and keep your video off until it is your turn to be heard by the board. That will allow us to focus on the person who's presenting and make sure that we get clear audio. You will have about 5 minutes with the board to answer the questions we sent you in advance and any other questions we have for you. So we're going to ask you to spend the first 3 of those minutes speaking to the questions that you were provided in advance. As a reminder, those are to please give us a brief summary of your offense and how your sentence went. We're not here to retry the crime. You don't need to minimize your involvement. We just want to hear from you in your own words what happened. Second, to give us a brief summary of what you've done since the completion of your sentence, including any community involvement, employment, essentially where you're at now and how your life is different than the time of your offense. And third and finally, a brief statement about why you're seeking a pardon and why you think the governor should grant you one. Once you've spent 3 minutes addressing those questions, we'll open it up to see if the board has any follow-up questions for you. Don't read too much into it either way if we do or don't have other questions for you. As you know, your applications are quite lengthy, and we've spent a lot of time with those materials before today's hearing. But if we do have questions, we want to make sure that we can get to them so the board can make a thorough recommendation to the governor. Once you're done answering any questions we have for you, you're welcome to sign off and leave the Zoom hearing. Once everyone has been heard, the board will meet in closed session to decide whether to recommend your application to the governor for a pardon. You need a majority support of board members present in order for your application to be forwarded to Governor Evers. We'll then make the final decision about whether or not to grant you a pardon. Either way, you'll hear about the outcome of today's hearing about 1 to 2 months from today. We know you've been patient to get to hearing day. We thank you for giving us just a little bit more time in order to get our recommendations to the governor. So with that, we will go ahead and get started with our first applicant of the second morning session, which is Ernest Carter. Mr. Carter. Oh, Mr. Carter, you just need to unmute yourself.
Can you hear me?
There we go.
Okay, how you all guys doing? I'm Ernest Carter.
Good morning.
Good morning.
You can go right ahead, Mr. Carter.
Oh yeah, well I'm here today trying to get a pardon. I'm 48 years old, been staying out of trouble, been staying on a positive note. And I would just think that a pardon will open the door for better job opportunities for me.
Mr. Carter, could you start by telling us a little bit about the offense that you're seeking a pardon for?
The offense was party to a burglary.
So what happened, just in your own words?
Oh, well, hanging out with an older guy at the time and wanted some money, eager for money, young. I think I was 16 at the time of the crime. So yeah, we talked about going into a building and getting locked inside, into it closed, and then gather a few items to be resold.
Okay, and how did your sentence go? And kind of what have you done since then, employment-wise, community involvement-wise?
Oh, well, since then, I just been working from time to time, different jobs, trying to find that right job that fits my needs and fits me. And I just been staying out of trouble, being a dad, have kids now, have grandkids. So time I hang out with my kids or sometimes watch my grandkids.
Great, and what would a pardon change about your life?
Oh, well, pardon will change about my life. It'll open the doors for better paying jobs.
Okay, great. We'll open it up to any questions from the board. Board members? Reverend Hancock.
Mr. Carter, the district attorney in Milwaukee County who reviewed your application for a pardon supports your getting a pardon from the governor. How does that support make you feel?
That makes me feel great. And I've been staying on the right path until things change. So
okay,
that makes me feel real good.
Thank you.
Other questions from the board? Eric.
Good morning. Just wanted to clarify, are you currently working?
Yes.
What kind of work are you doing?
Driving work, delivering for Amazon.
All right.
And again, that.
Other questions from the board? Cindy.
Yeah. Good morning, Mr. Carter. It looks like in 2008 you had a misdemeanor resisting obstructing. Can you tell us about what that case was?
Can you repeat that?
In 2008, you were convicted of a misdemeanor resisting obstructing?
Yeah, that had to be from I can't even recall, it was so long, but I think that might have came from getting pulled over and I think I might have got out the car and she wanted me to get back in and I stand there and then I got back in. I think that's what that case was about. I can't recall it actually clearly.
Okay. So in your application, there's a whole section, questions 14 through 18, where the applicant can tell us about any treatment they've had, any community service that they do. You left all of that blank. In addition, you didn't submit any letters of support for your application. So I'm struggling as a board member here to see what you've done to earn a pardon. Can you talk about any community service you've done, any positive impact you've had in the community you live in? What have you done to deserve and earn a pardon?
Well, actually, I've been having a lot of health issues too with working. So there's only so many jobs I can do. I have a defibrillator now.
Okay.
So a lot of things I can't do.
Sure.
But I have did stuff around like my neighborhood with the elderly. It's nothing on file, but I have helped the elderly around my
Okay.
neighborhood that have lived around as long as I was a kid.
Okay. And why did you not put in any letters of support from neighbors or family or anyone for your application? Why did you make that choice?
Um, well, the people that I have helped are elderly,
Mhm.
so I didn't really think to bother them with a letter or anything.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
Okay. Thank you.
Anything else from the board? Okay, thank you, Mr. Carter. Appreciate your time today, and I hope you enjoy your weekend.
You as well, and you all have a good time, and thanks a lot.
Thank you. Next up, we have Daniel Halbach. Mr. Halbach?
Hi, how are you?
Good morning.
Okay, we're starting the video now. Okay, good morning. How are you today?
Excellent, thank you.
Go ahead and start.
Yep, right ahead.
Okay. My name is Dan Halbach, and in the 90s, I wrote a bad check and it changed my life forever. Why I did it was I was homeless. And so for about 2.5 years, I'd been sleeping outside and just not eating well. And it was a difficult time to not be able to have a decent night's sleep while trying to work, day jobs. I'm a roofer and I've been a roofer my whole life. And so back then what I would do is just I would go find jobs and I didn't have a car. So I would have to walk to different areas and pick up garbage or whatever I could do to get money. So in 91, I was dyslexic, so I didn't graduate from high school. So it was incredibly difficult to find a normal job where you could just go, have that. So what I did is I wrote a bad check for $1,100, and then the bank came and obviously they were upset about it, and I went to jail. And so what I did was since then with my life is it was difficult to find jobs anywhere, and so I kept getting doors slammed in my face because A, I didn't have an education, and B, I was a convicted felon. And so they don't look at the fact that you wrote a check. They just think that you did something awful, something. So right away they throw you out for any type of opportunity. So what I did was I created a business, and so I started roofing for myself. My wife actually is the one that created the company and made all the. She purchased a truck, and it was my talent that got us to where we are today. But it was her support that created it, right? So it was incredibly difficult to go and even do my job as a felon, because in a lot of communities, what I like to do is if there's hail damage, I like to knock on doors to make people aware that we can get them a new roof approved through insurance. But being a convicted felon, no town wants you around. So it's been very, very difficult to do that. Another thing is I went to I was the leading bidder in McHenry at a retirement home, and we did a background check 3 days prior to the meeting. And so as I was sitting there giving, why we were the best option, they grabbed me by my arm and walked me out of the meeting because of my convicted felony. So it's been more times than that. I was the leading bidder up at Badger Munition, and then when the background check came back, they walked me out of that meeting as well. No one wants to deal with you as far as a homeowners association. The bigger jobs where you can actually do well for your family, those doors get shut in your face automatically because of the felony. Okay. And then so third, why it would help me. The reason it would help me was it would open a lot of doors and free me of a lot of bonds. Does that make sense? With my business, I freed myself of a lot of chains, right? I grew up poor. So with the roofing, we've broken the chains of poverty. We've broken the chains of a broken home. It's done a lot for me, the business. And the reason I showed up today in what I'm wearing is because I wanted to show you that I did create my own opportunity. I didn't wait for anyone. I didn't want to be a victim to anything. I made a mistake, but I'm working very, very hard to correct that mistake. And how I'm doing that is in my community for years and years. I'm a huge dog lover. So once a month, I sponsor a pet to get adopted, one that wouldn't normally get adopted. So I pay the adoption fee for that animal. And then there's a lot of rescues around here I help as well. What I've also done is use my talents to help people who are sick and don't have enough money to do their roof, right? There's been a lot of opportunities where I go out and I'll do an insurance job, and the insurance provider will not do anything for someone, but they're terminally ill or there's something wrong. So we take it upon ourselves to roof those houses. So that's how I've given back since then. And so I do a lot of stuff in my community with the pets. And like I say, I do a lot of stuff with helping people when they don't have enough money to roof, right? So we provide that service as well. And why it would help me is if you see fit to give me the opportunity to break free from these chains, I can go and go after the jobs that I've lost in the past with the homeowners associations, with Chicago Housing Authority. Any type of housing authority will not take you if you're a convicted felon. So it opens up a lot of doors for me to be able to do a number of jobs instead of just one house at a time. A homeowners association has 250 homes at one time. A government project has up to 300 homes at one time, because you can roof military housing. So all these doors are closed to me right now. But if you see fit to give me the opportunity, I would love the opportunity to try and see how far I can take the rest of my life. I've been roofing for 35 years. I'm 53, and I'd like to see how far I can take the rest of my life if you guys give me the opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Halbach. Questions from the board? Cindy.
Yeah, good morning, Mr. Halbach. Thank you for all the community service. You had a lot of very nice letters reference your affinity for dogs in particular. But the question I have is that your brother was the victim of your offense. You took his birth certificate to get an ID and forged it under his name. Am I right about that? Or
No. Here's what happened. He had a checking account, right?
okay.
And so he knew I was homeless. So he said, "Here's a way out." And I took the check and I wrote it. Okay.
Okay.
My brother my brother and I are closer than anything in this world. And so he couldn't stand to see me suffering. Okay. And so when it came time to it, I told them that I wrote the check. I made the mistake. My brother did nothing more than give me a checkbook, and I took it from there. I did something that was wrong, right?
Okay.
I made the mistake. My brother did absolutely nothing wrong. I did everything wrong. So I made the mistake.
Okay.
I took his checkbook. I wrote a check for $1,100 to get an apartment. You know what the crazy thing is? The place that I wrote the check to, I ended up roofing years later because my uncle bought the bank. So, talk about karma coming back to bite me.
Life is funny sometimes,
It is.
isn't it? Well, your brother wrote a very nice letter for you, and I assume you have a positive relationship today.
Yeah, we love each other very, very much.
Thank you.
Other questions? Reverend Hancock.
Mr. Halbach, the DA in Rock County who reviewed your application for a pardon supports your getting a pardon. How does that support make you feel?
I didn't know that. So it makes me feel good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Other questions from the board? Okay. Mr. Halbach, if you don't have a copy of that DA input, feel free to reach out to us. We're happy to give you one. He says some nice things about your application.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time today, and I hope you enjoy your weekend.
Thank you so much.
Our next applicant is Maureen Gunn. Ms. Gunn?
Apology. Can everyone hear me?
Perfectly.
Okay, thank you so much. Good morning, Chairperson and distinguished members of the Wisconsin Gubernatorial Pardon Advisory Board. My name is Maureen Gunn, and I was charged with theft. My offense involves me misusing funds as a trustee that includes a breach of trust and responsibility. Thank you for the opportunity for me to appear before you today and for the time, care, and consideration that you have given to reviewing my application. I recognize the important responsibility entrusted to each of you regarding the request for executive clemency, and I do not take this opportunity for granted. I appear before you today with humility, sincere remorse for my past actions, and deep gratitude for the opportunity to share the person I've worked to become over the past nearly 20 years. I respectfully ask for the opportunity to speak about my accountability for my offense, my rehabilitation, my commitment to serving others, and the reason I am requesting your favorable consideration of my application for a gubernatorial pardon. I have completed the terms of my conviction without infraction. I would now like to share with you my volunteer activities and community service. For many years, I spent extensive time doing volunteer work, charitable giving, working with our youth, faith-based leadership, educational support, and community development. My volunteer service has been motivated by a sincere desire to improve the lives of others, strengthen families, and help build safer, healthier, and more compassionate communities. A significant portion of my service has focused on children and young people, particularly those living in Milwaukee's Harambee community and the 53206 zip code, an area facing significant economic hardship and high incarceration rates. I've developed countless hours to creating positive opportunities for youth through education, mentoring, youth, music and the arts, leadership development, and faith-based opportunities. I had the opportunity to establish a youth gospel choir, lead mentoring programs for at-risk girls, organize youth service programs, and I also led a Christmas program involving more than 100 children. These ministries, I also sought to instill character, discipline, faith, teamwork, confidence, and a commitment to serving others. Beyond volunteering my time, I personally invested substantial financial resources to expanding opportunities for our youth. I did make contributions of $5,000 to several ministries, also to a high school for youth, for school expansion programs, and with many of my financial giving, with these instances, my employer matched the charitable gifts, which further increased their impact. Education has remained one of my lifelong priorities. I was selected by the executive director at the school where I was employed to lead and mobilize a group of our parents in the campaign for equal education funding to help in educational inequity so that every child, regardless of their zip code, would have access to excellent education. I partnered with educational organizations and led a group of parents at my school in a campaign for equal education funding that resulted in Governor Tony Evers signing both Act 19 and Act 11 with the Wisconsin legislature. This huge win for all of our children was the result of our legislators seeing the parent mobilization and hearing the parent testimonials presented before the Joint Finance Committee. The combined parent and community action led to a reduction in the educational funding gap and resulted in $140 million in new funding for all of our children. I also had the opportunity to participate in medical research. When I was diagnosed with cancer, the medical team approached me asking if I would participate in a cancer study. Realizing that cancer research depends on volunteers who are willing to contribute to discoveries that may improve prevention, diagnosis, treatment, and survivorship for millions of people, I agreed to become a cancer research participant. During the COVID-19 pandemic, I organized a virtual community town hall featuring respected physicians to address vaccine hesitancy and healthcare disparities in our communities. I subsequently coordinated a community health fair providing educational resources and free COVID-19 vaccinations, which helped our combat misinformation and helped to promote public health within underserved communities. I've also served with civic engagement and also worked with the United Way corporate campaign leadership team. My volunteer service reflects a consistent pattern of personal accountability, compassion, generosity, and servant leadership. These efforts have not been isolated acts, but decades of sustained commitment to improving the lives of children, families, seniors, and the underserved community. I respectfully submit these volunteer activities and the record of rehabilitation as evidence of the person that I have become. They reflect my sincere remorse, my acceptance of responsibility, my commitment of personal growth, and my unwavering dedication to serving others. Through both my time and financial resources, I've sought to make meaningful contributions for others. I'm also deeply remorseful for my offense and the breach of trust that I've created. I sincerely apologized to my sister Cheryl and her family, and I remain genuinely sorry for the pain and disappointment my actions caused. Since that offense, I've worked diligently to live a life defined by integrity, service, and giving back to others. I respectfully ask the board to consider that this conviction represents my only criminal offense, that I've maintained a law-abiding life since that time, and that the offense occurred nearly 20 years ago. Rather than allowing my mistake to define the remainder of my life, I've dedicated myself to serving my community, mentoring young people, and supporting educational opportunities for others in need. I also respectfully ask the board to consider my efforts regarding restitution. A substantial majority of the court-ordered restitution has been paid. I recognize that restitution is an important part of accepting responsibility for my offense, and it remains my sincere desire and commitment to satisfy the remaining balance in full. Unfortunately, my ability to complete payment has been significantly impacted by circumstances that arose after my husband's passing in 2019. Following his death, I experienced considerable financial hardship. I was forced to close our family-owned transportation company, underwent bankruptcy, and endured extended periods of employment for me and our 2 daughters. These events substantially affected my financial stability and my ability to make meaningful progress toward the remaining restitution balances. Despite these hardships, I've never lost sight of my responsibility. I remain committed to paying the restitution in full as my financial circumstances allow. One of the greatest barriers to me improving my financial situation has been the existence of my felony conviction. Although I earned a Bachelor of Arts degree and accumulated many years of successful professional experience before my conviction, I've repeatedly encountered significant employment obstacles because of my crime record. On numerous occasions, I've advanced through competitive hiring processes and have been identified as a leading candidate for employment. However, after the completion of the background investigations, I was ultimately not selected for several high-paying job positions. These experiences have been discouraging, not only because they have limited my ability to rebuild my career, but as also have hindered my ability to generate the income necessary to complete my restitution obligations and to support my family. A gubernatorial pardon would not erase the mistake that I've made, nor should it. I fully accept the responsibility for my offense. However, it would remove a significant barrier to employment, allowing me to better support myself, continue serving my community, and fulfill my commitment to satisfy the remaining restitution owed. I respectfully ask for the board to consider that my conviction occurred nearly 20 years ago, and I have lived a life abiding of full without any further offenses.
Thank you, Ms. Gunn. Questions from the board? Cindy?
Yeah, good morning, Ms. Gunn. I want to get right to the heart of the matter for me. The district attorney opposes your pardon application and points out that your statement in your application of the crime does not match the criminal complaint and that you do not seem to be taking responsibility for the crime. And in fact, going back and reviewing what you wrote, you deflect a lot of what happened on others. You hired an attorney, there was hostility from your stepsisters, you seem to minimize your involvement. So my direct question, and then today you come to us and you say, I accept full responsibility, I'm remorseful. So what did you do wrong and what do you acknowledge that you did wrong?
Yes, absolutely. So what I did wrong was misuse the funds that were trusted to me in the trust. So the trust account, I set up the trust account with the funds when I sold the home for my parents as they had it required. And then I did hire an attorney because of the fact that I did need legal counsel. I had never gone through anything like this. So I wanted to make sure that I was doing things correctly. And at the time, my mother is the one who died, and my stepfather was still alive. And so I had serious financial obligations for my stepfather because then his health began declining. And so I had to, originally I had the opportunity for him to go to adult daycare, well, because I was continuing to work. So I had arranged for buses to transport him to adult daycare. But then when he arrived home, he was starting dementia, and they were concerned about him not being home, and I was not there at my parents' home. So I had to then have my stepfather go into assisted living facility.
I don't mean to cut you off, but I read all that in the application. That's telling me about the situation. How did you misuse the funds? And did you know, I mean, you found guilty of a crime. What did you do wrong?
Yes. So what happened was, and what the attorney had stated was that I could use some of the funds to take care of my stepfather because my stepfather was still alive. So that is the reason why I was explaining all of that information to you. So those expenses, because my stepfather, he was not on Title 19, so I had to pay for all of his, his care while he was in the facility, and all of the additional responsibilities as far as selling the home, the realtor, everything else. But where the response, then the situation occurred, then is part of the money was used for my personal benefit instead of for my stepfather. So it's supposed to have been take care of my stepfather, and if there was anything that was remaining, then that money was supposed to be going to help pay for my nephew's college.
Okay. So you diverted some of the funds that were intended for other things to your own personal use.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And that's the restitution that you've been ordered to pay, and you've paid some of it back.
I paid the majority of the restitution back, I believe, and working with a nonprofit organization that's assisting me. They stated, I believe, that there's $3,000 remaining or something to that effect. And they stated that the majority of that is administrative fees. So the majority of the funds have been repaid to my family.
Okay. And do you make monthly payments on the remaining, or how do you tend to attack the remaining balance?
Well, as I stated, at this time, I'm undergoing severe financial hardship. So undergoing the bankruptcy and all of the things that were gone because I don't want to lose my home. So having to, take care of the financial responsibilities for my family and having a home and shelter. So I've not been able to make any. And so that's why I've been trying to find employment. But with the my felony conviction, as I just shared, I've been selected on, as a top candidate for several high-paying positions. But then once they did the background check, then I was not selected. And so my plan was then once I was employed, then I would be able to pay off the $30,000.
Right. You'd be in a better position. Absolutely. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Other questions from the board? Okay, thank you, Ms. Gunn. Appreciate your time today, and I hope you enjoy your weekend.
Thank you as well.
Thank you. Next up, we have David Starrich. Mr. Starrich.
Yeah. It says that we cannot start. Oh, okay. Can you hear us?
We can, and we can see you as well.
Oh, good. Okay, thank you.
Hello,
Good morning.
my name is David Starrich. And my offense occurred more than 26 years ago. As a contractor, I took $3,000 from a regular client for costs and labor to install windows. I took $1,500 of that and put that money down at Lisbon Storm and Screen, and I kept $1,000. At the time, she didn't want the windows were coming in too late, and in the season being December. So she said, why don't we wait and do it in spring, which I agreed to. Since then, I had full intention of completing the job, but my tools were stolen, ironically, and I used these funds and didn't know it was illegal at the time to use that $1,000. Since then, I learned that the down payment money wasn't earned yet. And I didn't have, when I went to court, I didn't have an attorney for any advisement of any nature. So the DA offered to dismiss the charges if I paid back all the restitution. But unfortunately, again, I had injured myself, so I couldn't make it in the timely fashion that was offered me. So essentially, I ended up going back into jail and receiving felony for it. After my injury healed, I did pay back all the restitution after I got out of jail, that is. And I went on to successfully be employed the remainder of my life. It would mean a lot to me if my 4 grandchildren didn't have a grandfather that was a felon. Other than that, I've been working ever since. I had several surgeries, and ironically, at my age, at 73 years old, I went back to work because my present wife has taken ill, and so we're not making ends meet, so I'm back to work.
Thank you, Mr. Starch. Looks like Cindy has a question for you.
Good morning, Mr. Starch. What kind of work are you doing now? Are you back in the construction?
Yes, I am. I actually work for a gentleman who owns like 178 units, apartments, complexes, and I do the repairs.
Always something, I'm sure.
Oh, constantly.
So my question for you, sir, is as part of the application process, applicants are encouraged to submit letters of support for their application, and you chose not to submit any. Can you tell us why not?
I really didn't have anybody left in my life. A lot of them passed on. My brother, my mother, father. I didn't have much support from anybody. I was pretty much kept to myself.
Okay.
Didn't have a lot of friends. Moved a lot.
Okay.
And just concentrated a lot on work, basically.
Well, I hope your wife's health improves. So thank you.
Thank you.
Other questions from the board? Reverend Hancock.
The judge and DA, district attorney in Milwaukee County who reviewed your application for a pardon supports you or getting a pardon from the governor. How does that support make you feel?
It made me feel ecstatic when I received those letters. I couldn't believe that they, a lot of people don't get that option.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? Mr. Starch, just one from me. It looks like there were a couple of small claims cases against you. One looks like it was medical debt. I'm not interested in that one. But in 2006, there was about a $11,000 judgment that looks like it could have been you and perhaps a family member. Is there anything you can tell us about what that was?
$11,000 judgment in 2006?
Yes, Midland Funding. Does that sound familiar?
No, it does not. But I will say this, that there is someone out there that has the same exact name as me. And I've actually been stopped and pulled over, and it's because they thought it was me. So I don't know a Midland. I don't know any Midland.
Okay, it's possible it's someone else with the same name, but
Yes,
given
actually, I believe that gentleman lives or lived at the time in West Bend area where I'm in Jackson now. So it's kind of ironic.
Okay, well, great. Thank you for answering my question. And I think that's it from us. So we appreciate your time and I hope you enjoy your weekend.
Thanks, you also. And I hope I answered everything to the best of my ability, and I hope you all have a great day.
Thank you. You too.
All right, bye-bye.
All right, and next up we have Matthew Nielsen. Mr. Nielsen?
Oh, there we go. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right. Good morning. Thanks for your time today. My name is Matt Nielsen, and I'm here to ask for pardon based on some bad decisions I made almost 30 years ago. I'm an IT manager by trade and spend a lot of time volunteering, but I'm also here to own the actions of my past. In 1996, when I was 18, I was involved in some burglaries. Twice I walked through the back door of a restaurant to steal $431 worth of quarters. We proceeded to spend the money on alcohol and drugs. About a year later, I used a stolen credit card to buy $150 worth of gas, cigarettes, food, and forged the owner's signature. On my application, I said I was hanging out with the wrong crowd. That is true. However, I want to be clear. I am not blaming anyone for my decisions. I made the choice to do those things, and I take full responsibility for my actions. Going to prison for 3 years and a halfway house after was quite the wake-up call. While I was in there, I completed AODA treatment and did some counseling. I realized that if I wanted things to change, I had to completely cut off everyone I used to hang out with. And I did that once I got out. It's been almost 30 years since all that happened, 25 since I finished my sentences, and I haven't had a run-in with the law since. I've mainly focused on my career. I started in IT in the year 2000 and spent the last 26 years working my way up from a guy on the phone helping people fix their dial-up to senior system administrator at IBM, to my current job as an IT manager at Milwaukee Composites. I also try to help out where I can. For the past 5 years, I've managed the IT systems website and email for Savage Support, which is a local breast cancer charity in Milwaukee, making sure everything works so they can focus on the patients and not their broken computers. Also, since 2016, I've organized an annual 24-hour charity event for Extra Life, which raises funds for Children's Hospital. This last year brought my total for that to over $20,000. I'm asking for a pardon today for 2 reasons. First, as an IT person, I am frequently trusted with infrastructure security and confidential data. Even with 26 years of experience, a background check pretty much instantly disqualifies me from any opportunities. For example, there was recently an IT manager position for the city of West Dallas, where I own a home, which would have been great, but I knew as soon as they did a background check, they wouldn't even call me back. So I've been lucky to find jobs that didn't do background checks through the years. So, secondly, I'm currently barred from international travel to certain countries like Canada, and I'd like to go there someday. I want to close this chapter and go on with my life without constantly worrying about my criminal record. Yeah, that's about it. Thanks for your time, and I'm open to any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Nielsen. Reverend Hancock.
Mr. Nielsen, you were 19 years old when you got your first conviction. Is that right?
That sounds correct.
Okay, and you were ordered to pay $431 in restitution for that offense. But you also got sentenced to 6 years in prison and did 3. Why did you get that kind of sentence for that kind of crime?
So there was a lot going on at that point. So there was this, and then there was the forgery. And then there was a bunch of other stuff going on with that group of people. There was like, I don't know, 10 to 15 people involved in this whole thing, and only 3 of us were adults, I guess, and we got nailed to the wall, so to speak. All of us went to prison. So yeah, I think they.
Well, can you be a little more specific about what other stuff was going on?
So there were other crimes with this group of people, just mostly thefts, similar to the burglary. There was a soda truck. Somebody stole a bunch of soda out of, stuff like that, like just minor thefts. And it was, yeah, just a whole bunch of stuff going on at the same time. I wasn't involved in any of that stuff, but I was involved with the group of people. So I'm not sure exactly.
And the other people involved were mostly juveniles?
Yeah, we were all like, 18, 19. I was 18, 19 at the time. There was a lot of, 17, 16-year-olds. So.
And do you have any contact with any of those people anymore?
No, I don't. Those were like people I went to high school with. I don't associate with any of those people anymore. So.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Any other questions from the board? Great. Thank you, Mr. Nielsen. That covers it from us.
Thank you.
Appreciate your time, and I hope you enjoy your weekend.
You too.
Next up, we have Latasha Pritchard. Ms. Pritchard?
Hello.
Hello.
Hi, good morning to the Pardon Board, and thank you for your time and this opportunity for today. Okay, well, with me, I did some felony forgery cases, and I did a couple of cases for drugs. One of them went federal too, and a lot of money was involved with the forgery. It was just me and a group of people going around just scamming and breaking the law. And I'm remorseful for that, for what I did with that that situation. It was I think 2007, 2009. And then the 1995 and 2012, and I think I had a 2001 case was drugs. So with me, I started off at a very young age doing crime. I was raised, my mom was addicted to crack cocaine, and my father was addicted to heroin. So I feel like in the beginning, when I first started doing crime, I was out here just trying to, find my way and, just mixing up with the wrong group and finding love in the streets and everything. And so it took me a long time. It took me a long time to keep falling, bumping my head, until I realized when I went to prison, I was in prison on a case, a drug case. And guess who was in there with me? My mom. My mom was in there. Our medication had got mixed up. And that's how I found out she was in there on a case. I was taught how to steal from the stores. I was taught everything that I knew. I was taught from home. And I turned around and did the same thing to my kids. So it was like a curse for me. A curse of ongoing curse, and unfortunately I wasn't the one to break it. My daughter had started doing things to break it with her family, and I started, appraising her for that. And then once I decided that I was done with crime and done with serving time in jail and started making positive changes in my life, then I became the person who I am today. I'm taking a responsibility for everything that I did, the crimes that I committed. Some of the stuff I do not remember. I ain't gonna lie to you. I smoked a lot of weed, growing up. And today I am sober. I'm clean. During my stay, when I was in prison, I did a lot. That was really the first time that I had time to myself to deal with myself. My sister passed away in 2006, so I had 6 kids of my own. And when my sister died, I grabbed her 4 children. So I had a total of 10 children when I was doing all that stuff out there in the world. And I was a terrible role model for the kids. And still today, I have 5 kids in my care today. And I feel like I take responsibility for some of that action because I taught my kids just like my parents taught me. I have 5 children that I'm caring for right now because 2 of the children that I did care for is in prison. One of them is in Arizona prison, and one of them is in Milwaukee. Not in Milwaukee, in Chichita Correctional. And I feel responsible for a lot of that, for my decision making onto them. So I call them my grandkids because when my sister died, I adopted her children as my children. And the kids call me grandma, but I'm really great aunt. I also have one of the children that I have was my cousin. her mom got raped, and so I took her and I raised her. She's 6. So I feel like I'm here today. I feel like I'm asking for a pardon from you all to open up doors for me to get better job opportunities. I'm currently caretaking for my mother, and that was one of the reasons why I was trying to get the pardon, because the pardon will help me to be able to work at different healthcare facilities, because I only could get into one to take for my mother because of the background. And they don't really, pay you a lot, but, I know majority of the time it's really volunteer stuff that I be doing anyways. But I was just trying to get a couple dollars or whatever to help me out, financially, since that I got a house full of kids right now. But I'm trying to get my own business, either open up a daycare or a home care facility. I feel like that I deserve a chance to better my life, and move forward past my convictions and all of the bad choices that I made in my past. I've been a better person in the community. I've done community service work, volunteer at the school. I go around and feed the homeless. What else? I pretty much just been a better person in the community and a better person for myself and a better person for the children that I have today. So I feel like everything that I've done wrong in my past has made me a better person for today, because now the children that I have now, I'm stricter with the ones that I have now. I want to make sure that they turn out to be good citizens in society. And, it just taught me to be a better caretaker too. So I'm just asking you all to give me an opportunity to get a clean slate, and start over. I don't know for sure how this would affect my federal, because my 2007, 2009, or is it 2006, 2007 case it went federal. So I don't know how this pardon would reflect that or whatever, but I'm just asking that y'all give me a healthy first start. And, my life has been a living, hockey stick. I can't say the word, but, but I've really turned it around a lot, and I feel like I really deserve it. And I'm hoping that y'all be in favor of that.
Thank you, Ms. Pritchard. We'll open up to questions from the board. Cindy?
Yeah. Good morning, Ms. Pritchard. Thanks for
Good morning.
sharing. It's not the easiest forum, and I really appreciate you talking about your efforts to break that cycle. Do you think, are you referring to passing the counterfeit bills as the federal?
Yeah, the counterfeit. Yeah, I call that
Well,
federal because I
it
went
looks
to
like from the
federal.
records we have, you were convicted of forgery in Rock County for that offense.
Yeah, it went state and federal.
Okay. I'll defer to the board if is there a federal conviction as well?
We're looking to see if we can pull those records, Ms. Pritchard. We can't see them from what we have here.
Yeah, right. So I'm a little confused by it, because I figured you were talking about the counterfeiting that obviously would be a federal crime, but maybe the state conviction took care of it. So you had 4 felonies, 3 different counties. And it looks to me from the record here that you discharged from all supervision in February of 2020.
Yeah.
So your conviction spanned a period from when you were 21 years old. Your last conviction, you were 39. So a long span. And now you've got about 6 years that you've been off supervision. And what convinces you and us that you're done with that life?
Well, my actions convince me and convince, the people around me that I'm a better person today. I am positive. I work for a living. I don't break no law. If I see somebody trying to break the law, if I see anything of my past or make me think that that person is on a different page that I'm on, a different road that I'm trying to be on, I don't communicate with them kind of people. I just don't be involved with them kind of people. And I could see them coming a mile away, because I used to be them.
Yeah.
So, I just, and I try to help people too. And I just tell them like, hey, I try to encourage them to be, better. And I use my own life and what's going on with me to use it as an example to show them that, it's just headed in the wrong direction. So I try to help kids out, you know what I mean? Especially with the ones that's in my house, I'm
Right.
just trying to be better. That's
Well,
all I could do.
Let me ask you about your employment. When you applied, you said you were currently employed with JDM Contracting. You did roofing and other things. Are you still employed with that?
Yes, I'm a roofer.
Okay.
He changed the name. He changed the name to We Are Community now. So yes, I do pick up little side jobs when I can and when I have time to help out because I am a roofer by trade and a painter.
And
And
is your brother the person that runs that business?
yes. So
Okay.
basically I had to be the brother that he didn't have since I'm the oldest sister. He
And
just
he-
trained me to do a lot of stuff. When people didn't show up at work, I had to learn how to do stuff to help him out with his business.
Okay.
And it just ended up helping me to, be able to make more money and pick up jobs and get more training.
And was he involved with you in some of your earlier drug offenses?
He was involved on one of them cases with me. Was it the forgery? I know he was on a case with me because we were separated, but I don't remember exactly which one we separated where we couldn't be around each other during that time that I was on that supervision.
And how's he doing now?
He's doing great. He's doing great.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Other questions from the board? All right, Ms. Pritchard, I'll say, we do have, I'm sorry, Anthony, one second.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
We do have a record of your felony, your federal felony here, so we'll go ahead and pull those records together. But just for your clarity, the governor cannot pardon a felony charge, so kind of regardless of what happens here today, that will remain on your record as a felony until and unless you can address that with the federal government. We are only able to consider your state crimes.
Okay, and is this a pardon or is it a sponge? I didn't know which one I qualified for. I didn't know.
This is a pardon, so you're being considered for official grant of forgiveness from the governor. Expungement is available in a limited number of cases in Wisconsin, and that process works through the courts.
Okay.
So you would need to consult with a lawyer if you're eligible for that.
I don't think that I am, but do this one like travel, like you can move? Because I am trying to move out of the Milwaukee area. So I don't know if it would travel with me or what. If I was granted it, I'm just asking because I don't know.
Yeah, so we are able to recommend to the governor to pardon Wisconsin offenses. So if other states are pulling your records, it would show up that these Wisconsin offenses had been pardoned. If you are granted a pardon by the governor, the record of it would travel with you, if that makes sense. But it would only address the state crimes.
Okay.
Anthony, sorry, you had a question as well?
Yep. Well, yeah, I think I was just thinking about your history. Have you all as a family, have you looked into therapy and things of that nature as well?
Well, to be honest with you, my mother is a mess. She's still using drugs and stuff, so I'm just basically trying to just be around her, with positivity. When I just be worried about coming to her house to do the home care and she be in there stinking. I ain't gonna lie to you. But I have talked to her. We can't make her do anything. She's still making her own choices, so ain't nothing I could do but health care for her and keep her.
But ma'am, I'm thinking about even for you.
Oh, I haven't received any since my incarceration, but we both did counseling. They had me I didn't know I was grieving. when I was in prison because I was grieving for the loss of my sister's death. Because by me getting all, I had 10 kids at one time. I was just dealing with each person, each thing that was happening with them, and I did never have time for myself. So when I went to prison, that was really the first time that I really, really sat down and just dealt with myself. And I was powerless at that time. And I'm thankful because that was the first time that I got my high school diploma while I was there. I did everything that they had going to keep myself, I wanted to have this fat, resume when I got out so I can be better and land me a good job. So I got in every program that they had up in there, So basically, I did the best I could while I was there. But me and my mom relationship was great while we was in there together. But when she got out of jail, she just became herself again.
All right. Thank you so much, Mel.
Uh-huh.
Any other questions from the board? Okay. Thank you, Ms. Pritchard. Appreciate your time and echoing the other board members' remarks about this is a difficult forum, and appreciate you sharing so much personal.
Appreciate y'all for y'all time and thank you. Thank you so much.
Have a great weekend.
Have a great day.
Okay. Up next, we have Kimberly Smith. Ms. Smith.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can.
Awesome. I'm Kimberly Smith and I'm 52 years old. In between the ages of 15 and 17, during a period marked homelessness, instability, and escape from an abusive and alcoholic household, I committed a series of check-related offenses. At that time, I was a minor navigating daily survival without stable housing, adult guidance, or safe environment. In that desperation, I made the harmful and unlawful decision to steal checks, write them out to myself, and sign them. These actions were wrong, and I have never minimized the impact that it made on others. Although the offenses occurred while I was still a juvenile, charges were not brought to me until I was 18. As a result, I was prosecuted and sentenced as an adult. I accepted full responsibility for my actions and completed every requirement for the court. I completed restitution, probation, and all mandated programs. My case closed successfully, and I have not reoffended. That chapter of my life ended with accountability, compliance, and a commitment to change. Since completing my sentence, I have devoted myself to rebuilding my life, pursuing education, and becoming a positive and contributing member of the community. I earned my HSED in 2023 and was selected as a student speaker at my graduation, an honor that reflected both my academic progress and my dedication to personal growth. I then enrolled at NWTC, where I am 2.5 semesters away from completing my cybersecurity and Cisco administration associate degrees. These fields require discipline, integrity, and trustworthiness, and I have worked hard to embody those qualities every day. My commitment to service and leadership has become a defining part of who I am. I have served as the president of the Bits and Bytes Club for 2 years, the secretary of the Student Help Desk, and an officer on the Student Leader Forum. I currently serve as a public relations officer for the Wisconsin Student Government, where I represent students across the state, strengthen communications between institutions, and advocate for policies that improve student life and access to education. I am also interning as an IT technician at a political office here in Green Bay, learning hands-on experience in public service technology and work. This role has allowed me to apply my technical skills in a professional environment while supporting community-focused innovatives. My college has recognized my contributions with 2 leadership awards, acknowledging that meant a great deal to me because they reflect the work I have put into becoming a responsible, ethical, and service-oriented individual. Beyond academics and leadership, I have built a stable and supportive home life. I have maintained constant employment, raised my family, and created a healthy environment grounded in stability, communication, and care. I volunteer at school and community events, and I mentor other students, especially women entering cybersecurity, because I want others to feel supported in a way I did not have growing up. Helping others succeed has become one of the most meaningful parts of my life. I am requesting a pardon because I am not the person I was when I was 15 years old today. My offenses were committed during a traumatic and unstable period of my youth when I lacked safety, guidance, and basic resources. They were acts of survival, not acts of malice or disgrade to the law. Over the years, I have worked tirelessly to grow, heal, and build a life rooted in responsibility, service, and integrity. A pardon would allow me to fully pursue my career in cybersecurity and public service IT work fields where background checks can limit opportunities, even when someone has demonstrated long-term rehabilitation and transformation. I want to continue serving my community, advocating for students, and contributing to the public good through technology, leadership, and civic engagement. I am proud of the person I have become. I have spent more than a decade proving through my actions, choices, and service that I am committed to living a lawful, ethical, and community-centered life. A pardon would remove the final barrier from the chapter of my life that I have long since outgrown and allow me to move forward without a weight of the past limiting my future I have worked so hard to build.
Thank you, Ms. Smith. Questions from the board? Cindy?
Good morning, Ms. Smith. You should be proud of all you've accomplished, and getting your HSED when you're almost 50 years old, that's pretty cool. So
thank you.
I'm sure it wasn't easy, but you did it, and that's great. Good for you. So, reading your application, you're involved in all these community events and at school with the Bits and Bytes Club and some other things. You've gotten these scholarships, and then you didn't submit any letters of support for your application.
Okay.
And that puzzles me. So tell me.
Okay, I did have two people that were going to write a letter of support. My friend Al, that has been with me since I had my first child, and he ended up having heart surgery, so he did not get it in time. The second person was my Aunt Leanne. She's a reverend, and she's 73 years old, and she just miscalculated the time and did not get it in on time. But I did have people.
Okay, I appreciate that, and you very impressive. Your life since this. I mean, this is what probation is supposed to do, right? Someone commits an offense, they get put on probation, and then they never commit one again. That's a success story.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? Reverend Hancock.
In addition to your kids, you're also caring for your sister with Down syndrome?
Well, yes, I was up to February. I had to place her in a adult group home because she ended up with pneumonia, and then she ended up in a rehab center for 3 months, and now she's doing very well, and it's a positive step for our family.
Okay, glad to hear that. And then you also we show a civil judgment from 2020 for $11,500.
Yeah.
What's that about?
That was repossession of a vehicle.
Oh, okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you, Ms. Smith. That's everything from us. Appreciate your time today, and I hope you enjoy your weekend.
Thank you very much, and you guys also.
Thank you. All right, next up, we have Corthesia Wright. Miss Wright?
Hello, could you hear me?
We can hear you, yes.
Okay, let me just fix the camera. Never can be prepared for technology. So my name is Corthesia Wright. I was convicted in 2002 of theft to removable property, battery, theft to false representation, a bill jumping, and then in 2006, I was convicted of forgery. I completed those convictions. One resulted in revocation, and I was sent to prison due to a federal case that was bullying while I was committing the other crimes. Since those convictions, I have maintained a stable employment. I grew my family. I'm a mother of 6 now. I think back then I just had my oldest child, which is 25 years old. I worked, once I was released from prison, I worked in quality control for 5 years. I left that and opened up a commercial cleaning company, and I have been doing that ever since. I also manage a 20-bed assisted living for elderly and memory loss clients. Those are clients we serve. And I also have to take care of my oldest son. He's 25. He was a victim 2 years ago of gun violence. I'm sorry. I'm asking for consideration of a pardon. Sorry, my paper fell. I kind of prepared a little spill. I respectfully ask for consideration of a pardon because it does not represent the forgiveness, but it recognizes the positive change I have made in my life. I do take full responsibilities for my past actions, and I understand the impact that it had. Since then, I have worked very hard to become a responsible, law-abiding citizen and a productive member to our community. A pardon will allow me to move forward without barriers, open doors of better opportunities for employment, um, and the ability to contribute positivity to our society. Due to my past does not define who I am today. I hope my actions, my growth, and my commitment to living an honest life demonstrate that I have earned a second chance. Since those convictions, it's been 19 plus years. I have not re-offended and committed any more crimes.
Thank you, Ms. Wright. Questions from the board? Irvin Hancock.
Ms. Wright, can you tell us about the federal case?
So the federal case, I was convicted of wire fraud. And what wire fraud is, basically it crossing state lines. When you commit a crime, it makes it federal when you go state to state. So I went over to Illinois. I'm not sure of what county it was, and I wrote bad checks. So that what made it federal, and the amount is what made
How much was the amount?
the amount was totaling 85,000.
Okay.
And I have paid every dollar back.
And how did you pay that much restitution?
So I had began a payment plan once I got out of prison for that. And I worked and paid, what I could. When I opened my commercial cleaning business, I started working hard, saving any dime that I can, and I started purchasing properties. So I do own several properties. And I would get fixer uppers, something at a very low cost that the city may own. And just that property alone took me over a year to remodel, and I placed it up to sell. And when I sold it, I had a choice to continue to do a payment plan or pay the remaining balance, which was $57,000. And I told the government to take the whole $57,000 so that I can put that part of the balance behind me. And I took the small end of the stick to do what I had to do. So.
And are you still flipping houses?
So I do have one that I do plan on I want to get off into a lot of different things. I work very hard. So I do have one that I do want to put up for sale. I've been owning it. It was my very first property I bought in 2015. So I've been had it 11 years. And I'm just over the landlord thing. So I wanted to put it up, take care of a couple debts that I have, with taxes and stuff like that, medical bills. And I'm sorry. Hello?
Good, yeah.
I'm sorry. And do more investing. Because I have a lot of mouths to feed here. My children range from 25 to 1 years old. So
okay, and can I ask you about the forgeries and getting the fake ID cards from the Department of Transportation.
So
And
back, oh
were
yes,
you using made up social security numbers, or were they actual social security numbers that belonged to other people?
so no, back then, I'm very sure now it's probably a little stricter, but what I was doing was, everything is under my social security number. I would just go in and change my last name. My first name will never change. I'll go in and just change my last name. I think I use my mother's maiden name, and then I use my father's maiden name. So I thought I was doing something, slick, but I wasn't, and it all caught up to me.
But you always only used your own
No,
social.
I never victimized anybody. It was all me.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions from the board? Okay, and Ms. Ray, I know you talked about your federal felony. Did you hear me mention to a previous applicant that?
Absolutely. And I did some research. But I think this pardon will help me because like I said, I am an entrepreneur and I've been doing it for the last 11 years, but I have been denied contracts that can provide. I currently don't get any state assistance. Like I get up and I work and I feed my children to the best of my ability. I try not to break the law. I have not broken the law. I don't even think I had a speeding ticket in the last 10 years. But I have been denied good opportunities because of my past. So I think even with the federal conviction, I think that part is still. I did do a little research, and I am gonna trying to see how can I work with that. But I think the state will still help me a lot.
Great, thank you. Well, we appreciate your time today and hope you enjoy your weekend.
You guys have a blessed day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And Daniel Tyler is our next applicant. Ms. Tyler?
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Danielle Tyler, and I'm asking for a pardon because I believe that the person I am today is not the same person I was 11 years ago. I was convicted of maintaining a drug house and possession of marijuana, along with aiding a felon. I was in a relationship with somebody who sold drugs, and I participated in those activities as well. Our house was raided, and I was home alone, and I chose to flush the marijuana down the toilet when the police were at the door. Because of that, I was sentenced to 3 years of probation and 120 days in county jail. I accepted responsibility for my actions, completed my sentence successfully, and have remained committed to living a productive, law-abiding life. Since that time, I have worked hard to rebuild my life and earn back the trust of my community. I completed outpatient treatment through Lutheran Social Services and continue to participate in one-on-one counseling because I believe that personal growth is an ongoing process. Professionally, I have dedicated myself to helping others. I worked as a cosmetology instructor for 4 years, where I had the privilege of mentoring young professionals and encouraging them to build successful futures. In May of 2025, I earned my business management degree from Blackhawk Tech, something I'm very proud of because it represents years of hard work and perseverance. Today, I'm a licensed real estate agent and I own my own real estate company. Every day, people trust me to guide them through one of the biggest financial decisions of their lives. They trust me to enter their homes, protect their interests, and represent them honestly and professionally. I also continue to work as a bartender, maintaining steady employment while I build my business. Giving back to my community has also become an important part of who I am. I have volunteered at a local domestic violence shelter because I believe that when you have the opportunity to help others, we should. I also continuously volunteer in the community, like through my real estate business at different community events. Serving my community has given me purpose and reminded me how important it is to be a positive influence on the lives of others. For the past 11 years, I've intentionally built a life centered around responsibility, integrity, and service. I've continued to set goals, pursue education, maintain employment, volunteer, and invest in my personal growth. I am proud of the life I've created, but I've never forgotten the mistakes that brought me here today. Those mistakes have shaped me, but they no longer define me. A pardon would recognize the work that I've done to become a responsible citizen and would allow me to continue moving forward without the burden, the mistakes of my past limiting my future opportunities. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Tyler. Questions from the board? Cindy?
Good morning, Ms. Tyler. You mentioned a lot of your activities, but you chose not to submit any letters of support with your application. Can you explain to the board why not?
I did submit letters of support.
You did.
I had a few, I think I had 3 letters of recommendation.
Okay, we'll try to locate those.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Other questions from the board? Reverend Hancock?
Ms. Tyler, on the original drug arrest, when the police came to your home, it was your 9-year-old daughter and a 9-year-old son, I guess, and his 13-year-old sister who were home and explained to the police about the drug sales that were going on. How are those kids doing these days?
It was my son. He was 9 at the time. My daughter was just 4, so I'm not sure. I'm not sure about the 13-year-old thing, but my son was the one who gave that information, and he is currently in the Army, living in Hawaii, and he's doing great.
Good. Okay. And then the second drug offense a year later involved the same boyfriend. And then in 2018, you spent a week in jail on a probation hold because you were involved with a boyfriend who had an outstanding warrant. Was that the same boyfriend?
No, that was a different boyfriend.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
Any other questions? All right, thank you, Ms. Tyler. Appreciate your time today. Have a great weekend.
Thank you, you too.
Yes. And our last applicant of the morning session is Tony Aaron. Ms. Aaron?
Hi, I'm trying to start the video, but it says you cannot start the video because it's disabled by oh, there we go. Okay. Better. Hi, sorry about that. And get you
No
back
problem.
up there. Good morning. Can you see and hear me okay?
Perfect.
Okay, wonderful. Good morning. My name is Tony Aaron. I want to say thank you for this opportunity. To give a summary of my offense and sentence. In 2014, excuse me, I was in the darkest of places. I was addicted to heroin. My life was void of any honesty, purpose, love, or morality. I stole checks from the only person who was ever really there for me. It was my grandfather. In doing so, I not only committed a felony, in my opinion, even worse, I betrayed a person that had always been there for me and loved me the most in the world. Upon sentencing, I was given a choice of either 8 years in prison or 3 years of extended supervision and an opportunity to participate in drug court, which is the diversion program in Winnebago County that we have here. So I chose to, I chose to participate in the program, and I did complete that 18 months later, and successfully completed my probation in 2017. Since the completion of that, I would have liked to say that everything went great. It wasn't easy for me. I realized that just because I had taken the drugs out of my life, I still hadn't done the work to get myself to a better place, to make the changes that needed to be changed. I started drinking, and it quickly escalated in 2018 with me being arrested for obstructing or resisting arrest. I had gone on a binge drinking episode and had some psychosis and some mental problems that also I wasn't addressing at the time. So at that point, I realized that, again, here I was spiraling out of control, and I certainly didn't want to go back to the way things were. I had not lost custody, but lost placement of my youngest son at the time. So I realized that a change had to be made 100%. I did something that I'd never tried before, and I fully surrendered. I gave myself completely over to the AA program. I found a sponsor. I started attending meetings. I worked the steps. I took service positions. I still attend 2 meetings every single week after 3 years of sobriety here. I hold a service position in one of those meetings. It allowed me to open up my faith again, to have a relationship with God, which I couldn't do any of this without. That is something that I never had in my life. And thankfully, I do today. I gained full placement of my son back. I have 100% placement of him at this time. I take care of him solely on my own. He has no interaction or help from his dad at all. I have my first apartment I've ever had on my own in my life, my first car. Since completing my probation, I've worked in the nonprofit sector. I started at St. Vincent de Paul. I had a real hard time getting a job because of my felony. It's fraud against a financial institution. I think the fraud part of it scared a lot of employers away. But I worked really hard there and worked my way up. I eventually became the helpline coordinator and kind of found a passion of mine in life. I was able to help other people that were going through difficult times with setting them up with referrals, financial assistance, store vouchers, things like that. And after 7 years of working there and working my way up, they had even trusted me to open and close the store. I did the financials. I was in charge of all the volunteers, and it inspired me. It was amazing to have someone believe in me again. I ended up went back to college. I put myself through school and went back to school to become a digital court reporter. I've always loved the court system. Is the experience that I've had in it were great, but it was always very interesting to me, and it was very important to me to just go back and turn everything around 100%. And I love the program. I graduated with honors, and then went through a very vigorous interview and testing process for the state of Wisconsin, and was offered a position in Waukesha with the court reporter pool. And then when they did the background check, I did disclose that I had this felony. And then when they did the background check, they rescinded the job offer. So that kind of leads into why I'm seeking a pardon. Not only that, for employment reasons, I want to be able to employ or have employment that supports me and my son fully. Working in the nonprofit sector isn't a very financially benefitful positions. I'm on public assistance, things like that. I want to be able to support myself. I want to go out in the world and give back and be able to support myself. And one of the most important reasons I'm seeking this is it brings it back to my grandfather. He has since passed, and gratefully he was able to see me be clean and sober. Excuse me. But so sorry.
Take your time, Sarah.
I have to keep fighting to fulfill the potential that he saw in me. And that is the only way that I can make amends to him. So I'm not going to give up. And today my life is filled with peace and love and hope and happiness. And I just want to leave all that in the past. I want to show my son that you can overcome, and life doesn't have to be what you were born into. You can change your life.
Thank you. We'll open up to questions from the board. Board members? Reverend Hancock.
Ms. Aaron, if you got a pardon, do you assume you could be reinstated back into the court reporter pool?
Yes, I did talk to Miss Connie Hansen. She's in charge of hiring for the court reporter pool, and she did she did let me know that if I were to receive a pardon, they would be happy to reoffer me the job position.
Good. And also, the judge and district attorney in Winnebago County support the governor giving you a pardon. How does their support make you feel?
To be honest, things like that can kind of, for a person like me who's never really gotten support like that from people like that, it feels strange. But it ignites me. It fuels me to do more. I never want to be complacent in what I'm doing. I'm very grateful for the chances that I have been given already. A lot of people in my circumstances are not so lucky. And as a matter of fact, I still see the judge often. Oshkosh is not a real big city, and we talk and have a very friendly relationship now, which I certainly couldn't have seen back in 2014.
Good. Thank you very much.
Any other questions from the board? Okay, thank you, Ms. Aaron. We really appreciate your time
Thank you
today.
very much. One more thing, I don't know if it's inappropriate or not. Can I say how amazing Dan Hallbach was this morning? I'm sorry. You guys have a great day. Thank
I'm
you
glad
so
you got
much.
to see some other folks. Thanks. All right, Ms. Aaron was our last applicant of the morning session. So at this time, I will entertain a motion for the board to move into closed session pursuant to Wisconsin statute section 19.85 sub 1 sub A sub D and sub F for purposes of deliberating on specific cases before the board, considering specific application and considering financial, medical, social, and or personal histories of specific persons. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Cindy, second from Anthony. All in favor? Aye.
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 All opposed? Motion carries. So good afternoon, everyone. If you're just joining us from the Zoom waiting room, we're just going to give everyone a minute to get in and connected and get our live stream working before we start hearing from all of you. Okay. I think that's just about everyone. So good afternoon. My name is Mel Barnes. I am the governor's chief legal counsel and chair of his pardon advisory board. I'm going to introduce my fellow board members, go through a little bit of housekeeping, and then we'll get started hearing from all of you. So with us today, we have board member Anthony Cooper Sr., who is the CEO of Focused Interruption, an organization dedicated to interrupting the devastating cycle of violence with help from the community. He received a pardon from Governor Evers in January of 2021. We have board member Reverend Jerry Hancock, who is the director of the Prison Ministry Project. He previously served as a public defender, a deputy district attorney, and as an administrator for the Department of Justice's Division of Law Enforcement Services. And we have board member Cindy O'Donnell, who served as deputy secretary for the Department of Corrections under Governors Thompson, McCallum, and Doyle. She also served as a division administrator under Attorneys General Lautenschlager and Van Hollen. And we have board member Eric Liberator, who is the Assistant Director of Student Success and an Assistant Teaching Professor at Marquette University Law School. He previously served as a supervising attorney at Disability Rights Wisconsin and in the governor's office. And I'll just note that none of our board members are here in their employment capacities today. We have a couple of notes for you before we dive into hearing from you, which is first, please keep in mind that today's hearing is being live streamed via Wisconsin Eye and YouTube. For that reason, we're going to ask you to keep your camera off and yourself muted until it is your turn to be heard by the board. That will allow us to focus on the person who is presenting and make sure we get good audio quality. If you do run into any IT issues with the Zoom, don't worry about it. Someone from staff will reach out and help you troubleshoot that. If it means we need to come back to you because Zoom isn't cooperating when it's your turn, we can certainly do that. Otherwise, we're going to call on folks in the order listed in the agenda and open meeting notice. Each applicant will have about 5 minutes total with the board. We're going to ask you to spend the first 3 of those minutes speaking to the questions that we sent you in advance of today's hearing. As a reminder, those 3 questions are to first, please give us a brief summary of the offense you're seeking a pardon for and how your sentence went. We're not here to retry the crime. You don't need to minimize your involvement. We just want to hear from you in your own words what happened. Second, please give us a brief summary of what you've done since the completion of your sentence. Employment, community involvement, essentially where you're at now and how your life is different than the time of your offense. And third and finally, a brief statement about why you're seeking a pardon and why you think the governor should grant you one. Once you've spent about 3 minutes on those questions, we'll open it up to any follow-up questions the board may have for you. Don't read too much into it either way if we do or don't have follow-up questions for you. As you know, your applications are very detailed and we've spent a lot of time with them before today's hearing. If we do have questions though, we want to make sure that we have time to get to those so that we can make a thoughtful recommendation to the governor. Once you're done answering any questions we have for you, you're welcome to sign off and leave the Zoom hearing. And once everyone's been heard, the board will meet in closed session and decide whether to recommend your application for a pardon to the governor. You need a majority support of board members present in order for your application to be forwarded to Governor Evers, who will then make the final decision about whether to grant you a pardon. Either way, you'll hear about the outcome of today's hearing about 1 to 2 months from today. We know you've been very patient just to get to hearing day, and we thank you for bearing with us a little bit longer so that we can make those recommendations to the governor. With that, we'll go ahead and get started with our first applicant this afternoon, which is Terry Williams. Mr. Williams? Mr. Williams, do we have you with us in the Zoom? Okay.
Yes, do you hear me?
Oh, we do now, yes.
Okay, thank you.
We can't see you
Yes,
yet. We try prompting you to turn your video on.
okay.
There
Okay,
we are.
you see me now?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Go right ahead.
Yes, yes, I'm seeking a pardon according to a burglary that I did some ages ago. I did a burglary back in '81 and I was convicted. And what I was doing, I was a young child. I really was a kid and running the streets and didn't know what I was doing. Wasn't in my right frame of mind, but I was convicted and I served 2 years and 6 months of probation, but it was cut short because of my life change. I've given my life to Christ. And ever since then, I've been working in the church and playing guitar, just doing things to keep active in a positive attitude. And right now I'm married and I'm just living my life for the Lord and doing the best I can to stay out of trouble and not get involved in any illegal activities. So up to this point.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. Questions from the board?
Okay.
Reverend Hancock.
Mr. Williams,
yes.
It's been 45 years. In your application, you say you committed the burglary because you were just trying to survive. And what you stole were 3 vacuum cleaners. Do you remember why you thought vacuum cleaners would be a good thing to steal?
Well, at the time, it was down the street from my house, and I was staying with a female and her daughter, and I was trying to feed them. I really wasn't thinking clearly. I was getting high back then, so it was an opportunity, and I just took it. Didn't take no thought about it. That's all.
Well, I have a better question for you.
Okay.
The DA and the district attorney in Milwaukee County who reviewed your application for a pardon supports your getting a pardon from the governor. How does that support make you feel?
it makes me feel appreciated for one thing that he noticed I haven't been active in no police involvement, and I've been really going straight with my life. My life clearly is on a positive note, and I'm trying to just take care of my family and do the best I can day by day.
Good. Thank you.
So, mhm.
Any other questions from the board? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Williams. That covers it for us. Appreciate your time, and I hope you enjoy your weekend.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Next up,
Bye.
we have Justin Cavallari. Mr. Cavallari?
All right, there we go. I think I got it.
We can hear you
And see me?
and see you.
Perfect. Thank you. All right. Hello and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen of the Pardon Advisory Board. And I thank you for this opportunity. My name is Justin Cavallari, and the offense I was convicted of was possession of burglarious tools back in 2009. I received 40 days confinement and work release, as well as 2 years probation, which I completed with no issues and paid all the costs. Since my conviction, excuse me, since my conviction, I have changed my surroundings. I no longer associate with the same type of people I did 17 years ago. I stay busy with my family and positive people. I've worked a few different jobs during the time. Back in 2013, my grandmother needed help, so I became her full caregiver for a few years and helped her out and her neighbors doing various chores and errands that she couldn't do herself. And then she passed away. I became my aunt's full-time caregiver, who was also elderly and disabled. I took care of her for a few more years, same types of things I did with my grandmother. Now I've been helping out my brother, my parents as well, keeping me on a positive track. I haven't had a drop of alcohol since even before my conviction. Drugs either were never a thing for me. I started a hobby on the side since helping my brother out, which is turning into a full-time job in the precious metals and collectible coins field, which I've become well respected in my field as being very knowledgeable and honest of all aspects. With dealing with these expensive metals and coins, having this felony on my record doesn't really sit too well or look good for me. So my past is my past. I'm no longer that person from 17 years ago. And I just want to put everything behind me and move forward.
Thank you, Mr. Cavallari. Questions from the board? Reverend Hancock.
Mr. Cavallari, the judge and the district attorney in Milwaukee County who reviewed your application for a pardon supports your getting a pardon from the governor. How does that support make you feel?
Ecstatic, joyful, wonderful. I mean, I almost lost for words. I'm very appreciative of it.
Good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Other questions from the board? Mr. Cavallari, just one from me. Looks like there's a civil judgment, nothing criminal, but a civil judgment from 2022 for about $40,000. It looks like it might be credit card debt or a loan.
Correct.
Or you could tell us about that. Is that what that is?
It got behind, so that's one of my goals to start paying that off.
Okay, so that money's outstanding, but you're working to pay it off?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Anything else from the board? No? All right. Well, thank you, Mr. Cavallari. Appreciate your time today, and I hope you enjoy your weekend.
And thank you, you as well.
Thank you. Our next applicant is Kyle Kuhn. Mr. Kuhn?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. I'm seeking a pardon for a misappropriate ID. I had gotten pulled over on my way to work one morning, and I had a warrant out for my arrest for I think an unpaid seatbelt fine, if I remember correctly. And I got pulled over, and I had used my brother's name to get out of it. Wasn't thinking right, just didn't want to, go through the arrest, and it wasn't the right thing to do, obviously. And then I went to the court or whatever, got my lawyer, and from there basically I got it was either a choice between sit in jail or take the felony. I took the felony, and then it was a low class felony. So here I am trying to get the pardon. Since then I have gotten my CDL. I now hold my CDL for going on 3 years, a little over 3 years. I worked for the same company for the last almost 3 years, held the same job. Other than that, sold some of my hobbies and money things that were holding me back from, doing the right thing. I paid my fine that I had given to me. Seeking a pardon for, I'd like to have kids someday. Like to go to school events, chaperone, be a part of their lives, go to school events and stuff like that, even with my nephew. So
Thank you, Mr. Kuhn. Cindy.
Good afternoon, Mr. Kuhn. So, how did you do in the 2025 demolition derby?
there was a couple of them. I did 2025, I ran in Marshfield and I ended up winning that one. And then I want to say 2025 that
I think
was
you said
last
you were
year.
going to be at the Alliant Energy Center.
Yes, so
Yeah.
there was a big derby down there in Madison.
Okay.
The track was really muddy, so I ended up getting stuck, but I ran a truck and a car down there, so I did better in my truck. I took third in my truck down there, so that was cool. And that was my first indoor derby, so that was a really, really cool experience.
Interesting. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I'm glad you got back into it because I know you sold your stuff at one point
did.
and then you're sort of getting back into it. It sounds like a healthy hobby for you. But you have a letter of support from your brother who was the victim of your crime, right? And how's your relationship with him to this day? And what does his support mean for you?
It's our relationship has actually gotten better since him. He recently had a child. His birthday was actually on the 8th, so 2 days ago, his little son. So we have his birthday party tomorrow, but I've begun to be a big part of his life, and even my brother and his wife he got married 3 or 4 years ago, and I was the best man in their wedding. My brother and we've never not really been close, but it's no fault of his, obviously, why I'm here, but it was a mistake, and him and I are still close. He supports me, and I appreciate his support for me, and he's done a lot. He's done a lot for me to get to this point, and him and his wife, and I
Nice.
appreciate his help.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? All right. Thank you, Mr. Kuhn. Appreciate your time. Hope you have a great Friday.
You too. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Gary Fensky. Mr. Fensky. Mr. Fensky, do we have you with us in the Zoom? Got a couple of unnamed phones. Okay, well, Mr. Fensky, if you can hear us, we will come back to you shortly. And in the meantime, Bobby. Oh, is that you, Mr. Fensky?
Nope. Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. We had a little problem with the volume here.
Okay, we can't see you yet. We're gonna prompt you to turn your video on and see if that helps.
Okay. How's that?
There we go. Perfect. Go right ahead.
All right. I'm Gary Fensky. I'm 80 years old. I was accused of stealing lottery tickets from the Northside Oasis that I was manager of in 1994. I was terminated from that. So I put 6 months of in Huber. Then I went to work for a potato farmer for about 3 weeks. I was then hired at Ferrogas as a propane truck driver. I delivered propane, and I moved up north. And then I went to work for I retired from from Ferrogas. And I went to work for Tri-County LP in Partyville, Wisconsin. I have since moved back to Waukesha area, and I'm presently working for Griffin Ford as a parts delivery driver. I work about four part days for the past 10 years. And anyway, I can still honestly say I have never stolen or ever been accused by anyone else of stealing. I should receive a pardon. I will be 81 and I have a clean record for everything. I've never had a problem. And I would like to be able to go deer hunting for one last time of my life and get this all cleared off my record. At my age, I guess that's about all I need is to get that cleaned off.
Thank you, Mr. Fenske. Before we open up for other questions, I just want to clarify one thing you said. You mentioned being accused of stealing. I read your application as taking accountability that yes, you did this and you paid the restitution. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Board members, other questions for Mr. Fenske? Cindy.
I just want to follow up on the chair's question. So in your application, you state that you were wrongly accused. I'm a little. Did you still?
My feeling, I mean, I was actually, I didn't do that, but I'm accused of it.
So you did not steal the lottery tickets from the gas station you worked at?
No.
You understand they have you on video? They showed you the video?
Yeah, prior to the video.
Part of it. They didn't show the end of it.
Yeah, only part of it. I think they looped it. That was my opinion. But yes, they showed me the video and
But you're saying you didn't do this crime?
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Other questions from the board? Okay, that is it from us then, Mr. Fenske. Appreciate your time and I hope that you enjoy your weekend.
You too. Thank you.
Next up, we have Bobby Tatum. Mr. Tatum.
Hello. Let me see if I hello.
Hello.
My name is Bobby Tatum. I'd like to thank God for this opportunity. I'd like to thank the Pardon Advance Board for giving me this opportunity. I also like to thank Governor Evers. Where do I start? I was young. I was a habitual traffic defender. That's how I ended up catching my fleeing from officer because the judge told me if he called me back in his courtroom that he had sent me to prison, and it kind of scared me. I was driving up the street. I was in a baseline. I was trying to get over, and the police was coming down, and it made it look like we was racing, but we wasn't. And so when the police turned around and got behind me, I didn't pull over because I was scared. So that made me a felony. I did 90 days house correction. And I think that was pretty much it with that case. Then later on in life, because I had that, I ended up having kids. I have 10 kids now. But at the time, I think I had like 6 or 7 kids at the time. It kind of made it hard for me to gain employment and to also take care of my kids and myself. Because when I was working, I was only making a bare minimum. So a $500 check every 2 weeks was bringing home only $250 because of my child support. So I ended up making some bad decisions, got out with gang, started hanging with the wrong people. I take full responsibility for what I did. I'm remorseful. I want to apologize to the victims because every day it affect my life because it's these felonies always come back to haunt me in the end. I end up doing something I'm not proud of. And I'm just pretty much just trying to get past this because recently my son had to go to the hospital, and his mom is a daycare provider. And by me being a felony, she ended up having to get one of her daycare kids at the time. And by me being a felony, I didn't know that I can't be around kids because that was one of her stipulations she got violated for. So, but I did talk with Wisconsin Department of Child and Family. They did. I had what is that? I had appealed something because I was trying to be a driver at the time, and they had denied me. But when I appealed it, they had granted me. So now that I see that this still affecting me in my life, I'm going to move forward with trying to take my child care license. And I wanted to do that, but then I also want to go to school and get into the nursing field, because right now I'm working as a group home as of right now. And I was doing home improvement. I do it on the side. That was my main income at first, but business got slow because a lot of people was going off my background check. So I was working with Better Business Bureau. They was giving me job links, but it would never fall through because of my background check. This is the only reason why I'm asking for a pardon, because I want to better my life and also want to provide more for my kids. And I want to show my kids that God can give you a second chance, and people deserve a second chance to make things right in their life. What else? I recently got arrested. My daughter and my mom had an altercation. Now I've been taking care of my mom my mom was paralyzed from the waist down. This when I was working at Factory Carton Party. I had to quit my job to go home and take care of her. I've been taking care of her for numerous of years. My siblings, they all left and went out of town. They moved. So all the responsibilities fell on me. But my mom and my daughter got into an altercation. I had to leave work to go over there to try to squash everything. But in the midst of everything was going on, my mom must have called my nieces and them to come over to jump my daughter. So I'm calling the police to get them there because they kicking and banging and trying to kick down my door. And so they told me I was getting arrested for disorderly conduct, but find out when I got the paperwork from the district attorney, it said DV, but the charges got dropped because when I got out, I went to court. They told me there wasn't no court hearing. They just dismissed the case. And then I also signed up for church ministry. So I've been in church. So I'm trying to get into the prison ministry so I can give back. But I also do, I did a lot of volunteer work for St. John's. That used to be downtown by Milwaukee Library, City Library. I used to go there to volunteer a lot, before I had a job, just to keep myself out of trouble, but to also give back in any kind of way I can possible. That kind of helped me seeing, people going through what they're going through, not knowing what they're going through or what their situation was to get them where they was at. That kind of made me want to do better for myself and educate myself and get my life together and can continue to do something great in life. Sometimes, when I've got a client or a senior citizen that can't afford to pay for their service, I do free service for them because that's another way for me to give back. I do snow removal, cutting grass for older folks. I just do a lot of stuff in my neighborhood, clean up blocks. That's not organized by me, but I participate in stuff like that.
Thank you, Mr. Tatum. I will open up to questions from the board. Board members, Eric.
Good afternoon. Thank you for taking the time to talk with us today. In your
Thank you.
application, you discussed completing anger management and attending therapy and how that helped you learn coping strategies. I was wondering if you could give me an example of one.
So yes, I did do those in the past. And I'm also doing, it's called a fatherhood program right now with United Wisconsin. I'm taking those classes right now too, as well. But just dealing with anger, so I used to have a bad anger problem because my dad got killed when I was 8 years old. So it's I grew up, not mentally straight because I lost my dad as a young age. And a boy needed his father. And at the time, I was lost. I was so upset because my dad got killed. I was filled with anger. But then when I got older and I had realized I started having kids, that I need to make better choices. I can't hold on to what they did to my father, but I can try to be a better man and try to step up into his footsteps. My father served in the army. I got a son right now that's in the army. So I'm thankful that he was able to carry on the torch that I couldn't do, because I always wanted to go to the army. But with these felonies kind of stopped me from moving forward with that. So now I don't really, as far as arguments, I really don't participate or get into it with nobody. Like, I'd rather walk away than be compatible with somebody. I mean, it's not worth it. It's not worth my time. It's not worth me losing my life. And the way things is going now, it's really not worth even arguing with anybody. I'll tell a person, hey, you got it. I apologize. I'm sorry. Whatever it takes. You know what I mean? I'll be the bigger person, just walk away.
Thank you for sharing that with us.
Yep, no problem.
Cindy?
2 questions, Mr. Tatum. So one of the things the board looks for is transparency in what the crimes were and your involvement in it. And in your application on the second crime, the one where the home
that was burglary. I'm sorry. That was burglary. I didn't mention that. That was burglary. Burglary to dwell in a building, party to a crime.
Right. And in your application, you say that someone tried to sell you a TV and you didn't buy it, and they pulled on you out of, you believe they were mad that you didn't buy the TV, but you had no idea where it came from or anything. But at the time of the crime, in the criminal complaint, you admit that you grabbed the TV from the home and put it in your car. So
those are 2 different incidents, but yes, I did take a TV from a residence, and I take full ownership. I had someone help me write out my paperwork, so I apologize. I didn't get the chance to finally read the last.
You're responsible for that application.
Yeah, I take full responsibility for what I did, and I apologize to the victim. And it bothers me because one of my sons actually was a correctional officer at the House of Corrections. So he kind of looked up my record and looked up my pictures, and he was like, Dad, I said, I told you about this stuff. But it kind of hurts because, my kids get to see this stuff. So now I just reached out to him yesterday. So now he's doing ride-alongs with the Milwaukee County Sheriffs. So he's going to be a sheriff or a police. That's what he's trying to do. So I'm just proud that they're making the right choices in life, and they're not taking my footsteps that the route that I took when I was young and foolish.
Well, I'm glad to hear you accept responsibility for the offense. My second question is, as part of the application process, people are encouraged to submit letters of support from friends, employers, neighbors, and you chose not to submit any. Can you tell us why not?
Well, a lot of time, because of my pride. Some of my customers don't know my background history, so I didn't want to, propose that my life, my past on my customers that I do have. I thought I did send some, but I had to ask the person that helped me prepare. She said she might have sent them, but saying it's not there. So I guess she didn't send any, but I did have some. I had forwarded to her so she can send them to me. To send it to you guys, put them on paperwork. But
did you pay someone to help you prepare your application?
No, I didn't pay her. She just helped me. She just helped me prepare it. That's all.
All right. Thank you.
Yeah.
Other questions from the board? Anthony?
Yeah, yes. I was going to ask you as far as what was the name of the company that helped you prepare your application?
It's not a company. It's a young lady.
Okay.
I think her name Brandy.
Okay. No, that's fine. Thank you.
Yep.
Mr. Tatum, just one for me. It looks like there were a couple of convictions that I don't believe you talked about. One in 2000 and one in 2002. And that one actually you may have not been convicted of. That charge was dismissed. But they relate to fourth degree sexual assault charges. So a misdemeanor, but not a felony. But I'm just curious if more that you can tell us about what happened there.
So with the application, I was confused. I didn't know if I should put all that in there. So that was, you know what I mean, just one of those things that I didn't know. So with my sexual assault 4th degree, I was 17 at the time when I met the young lady. I was out riding, you know, still in high school. And it was like a group of guys. We was all just riding around, and we ended up getting some numbers from a young lady. And me and her was just talking over the phone, and one thing led to another. And I had just turned 18, actually, like it was like right after my birthday. And she was like, "Hey, come over." We, you know, went over, hung out, you know, did the, you know, and her sister ended up busting in the room. And so I stopped and I left. And that's when I found out she told me she was 16 at the time, but I found out she was only 14 after I got arrested for it.
Okay. And thank you, Mr. Tim. And you did disclose this in your application. There just weren't a lot of details about it.
Okay.
The 2002 charge, does that stem from a relationship with the same person?
No, that's somebody like I was popular in my neighborhood. So it was a girl that had got in trouble. I guess her parents was trying to force that on me, but somebody else had got charged for that. That didn't have anything to
So
do
that's
with me.
why that got dismissed.
Yeah,
That was
yeah,
okay.
yeah.
Thank you. I appreciate you answering those
No
questions.
problem.
Anything else from the board for Mr. Tatum? All right. Thank you, Mr. Tatum. That's it. I appreciate your time and hope you enjoy your weekend.
Thank you. Y'all have a blessed weekend. Thank you, guys. I appreciate everybody on the board.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Michael Arnold is our next applicant. Mr. Arnold? Mr. Arnold, I believe I see you in the Zoom here. Are you able to unmute yourself?
You hear me?
Now we can. There you go.
All right, cool. Can you still hear me?
Yes.
All right, cool. Well, I'm Michael Arnold. Should I get started?
Yes, please.
All right. I'll get through this as fast as I can and thorough. A brief history of the offenses that I'm seeking a pardon for. In 1999 and 2000, I was charged with felony possession of marijuana, trespassing too, I think. During that time, in my recollection, if I wasn't at work or playing ball, I'd usually be at the bar, the mini keg parties and other kind of parties that would be going on near where I lived. Sometimes I'd party and drink through the whole weekend, more often than not. During this time, I'd been out drinking and I ended up at a party in College Court in Madison. I lost consciousness. I woke up. I was still intoxicated. I wandered up a flight of stairs indoors. Wandered into a living room. I saw one of those little mini systems with blinky lights. I turned it on and I started dancing. I was still like half drunk or whatever. The people that were home were startled. They came downstairs, asked how I got there, asked me to leave. I left like promptly out the sliding glass door into the courtyard. I was standing there confused, wondering like how I got there, getting my bearing, figuring out what I'm going to do next. Probably would have walked out of there and started on my way home. So the police were called, and then they of course they stopped and questioned me, and then, do you have anything on you? I didn't even remember if I did or not, but they patted me down. I had a sandwich bag with marijuana in my pocket. So I got a trespass in possession. And then later on in 2000, the next year, I had the day off and I was drinking straight whiskey, and I stumbled down the stairs out into the street. I went downstairs and I started walking. I had my shirt off. I was behaving erratically and I got stopped by an officer on the street. I had marijuana wrapped in a napkin in my pocket. So I got intoxication, possession, went to detox again because, I had been to detox a bit. My gradual habit of binge drinking brought myself chaos and undue stress, trauma to others. It hasn't
happened overnight, but over the course of 2 decades, I've curbed my tendency to binge drink. It's been bad for my body and brain.
Thank you,
And
Mr. Arnold.
yeah, all right.
I'm sorry, do you have other comments or should I open up
Yeah,
for questions?
I do. I'm sorry for the undue stress and damage, the drama that I've brought others and myself, and how my sentence went. I was sentenced to 4 years of probation. I got myself in trouble during that probation. I got a DUI during that time. I hit the fender of another vehicle and I didn't stop. That was Thanksgiving of 2001, I believe. I wish I could go back and correct that reckless behavior. I did go through treatment. I went through AODA, post-traumatic stress counseling, completed my probation early still. What I've done since then, like since my completion of my sentence, I've learned new skills, worked in several different trades. I helped maintain and renovate several large residential buildings downtown. I learned about communication technology, worked at Camp Randall, Epic, where Epic in Verona, where Judy Faulkner's at. I helped construct the library building and observatory building. They were themed library and observatory. I've been advised that I should just stick to the trades because of my record, but eventually, though, I decided to believe in myself. I took a leap of faith. Just one moment, please.
Take your time.
Yeah. With my wife's support, I began a career in mental health, and I've served and worked for the state of Wisconsin at Mendota Mental Health Institute for 9 years now. Today, I work primarily with young men in the juvenile treatment center. Some remind me when I was young. It brings me joy to encourage them to believe in themselves. To believe in themselves. Believe there's something out there for them to go get it. Why I'm seeking the pardon. would like to go back to school, become a licensed mental health nurse, among other things.
Thank you, Mr. Arnold.
No,
I
I'm
want
not done. I'm not done. Help people that have generational trauma and also help maybe prevent generational trauma. And every once in a while, my felony pops up unexpectedly, like I stepped on a rake and it hit me in the face. Even affects my wife. She was thinking of doing more, like some sort of childcare at home years ago. She was thinking about, and in my recollection, I wouldn't be able to be around because of these felonies. I just never know when it's going to be brought up or when it's going to be a factor and something I'd like to do. There were even some places that I couldn't even work construction because of it. So there goes my friend's advice. Well, more than my friend. I think that I deserve a pardon because I've slowly but surely changed my lifestyle in life. I've dedicated myself to leading a healthier lifestyle and doing good works. It just feels better. It's much more rewarding. Feels better to be a designated driver, help the person next to me, maybe not drink or whatever. I don't binge drink and smoke tons of weed like I used to. I just don't. And I got more responsibility. And I'm more responsible.
Thank you, Mr. Arnold. I think we may have some questions for you, so I want to open it up to questions from the board. Eric?
Thank you for taking the time to talk with us today. I just wanted to clarify, I know you spoke about no longer misusing alcohol and being a designated driver for others. Could you clarify what your relationship with alcohol is today?
I stay away from it pretty much. I still go to, there's family functions and stuff like that go on, but I'm away from it. I see it and I remember the different things, how I've stumbled. And I know for me, I'm like fire with it. I start drinking a few beers and I can end up drinking like 12 pretty quickly in short order. And that's how I used to do it. It's even more.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Other questions from the board? Reverend Hancock.
Mr. Arnold, thank you for your work at Mendota. I know how difficult that work can be. In 2022, you were arrested for trespassing in Jefferson County for passing out at an auto show. What was that all about?
I work a lot of hours in a row a lot of the time, and I went out there to the auto show. I'm sort of an enthusiast. I like old school cars and all of that. And then I ended up having a beer or two. And like I said before, when I drink one or two, it can easily turn into a lot more. And I was walking around after I had a couple beers at least. Couple 24-ounce beers. So that's like 4, I guess. As I was walking around, I found a circle of dudes, and they were drinking, but it was like they were just pouring it. Wasn't any sort of branded anything or whatever, and the dude poured me a cup. And I drank it, and then I don't remember. And then my wife had to, I got that. They turned it into a loitering for me when I went to court. But my wife had to come out and get me, and I slipped. It was a lesson, but it's just a reminder of how it's dangerous for me,
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from the board? Okay. Well, Mr. Arnold, I want to echo my colleagues' comments. Thank you for your work at Mendota. I know that can be a challenging environment, and it is really, really important work. Thank you for that, and I hope you enjoy your weekend.
it's rewarding too, because a lot of these kids remind me of myself when I was a kid. I was in the system when I was a kid too, you know?
Yeah.
And I love playing ball with them and talking and whatever. And if I can encourage them, it's good. And then they can see somebody who's actually been there, because I've been on the other side of that door. But thank you.
I'm sure that means a lot to them. Thank you.
Yeah.
Next up, we have Mark Cracker. Mr. Cracker.
It's Craker, Mark Craker.
Thank
Yes. In the 80s, I got arrested for breaking an entry into a tavern after hours. Was walking home after a night at the tavern and didn't have enough, so we went into a place and tried to get some more. And I did it. I was there. I don't know why. That's not me, but I did it. Had 5 years probation. It was tough. That was a rude awakening, getting 5 years of supervision like that, but I made it. Paid restitution, was able to complete. In 4.5 years, I got off probation. Since then, I've worked in the operating engineers, heavy equipment operator for 35 years, had 2 kids. Now I got 4 grandkids. I've done a lot of stuff for the neighborhood, plowing snow. Me and the 2 neighbors, one will shovel. I do all the driveways. Another one does all the shoveling to the approaches to the homes. I've always helped out with the donations for the boys clubs and the girls clubs and the wrestling, the football. I was always donating. When my grandparents were around, they took my 2 cousins to Alaska on a road trip. And I thought it would be pretty cool to be able to do that. And I can't go through Canada with a felony. And I can't be around my grandkids when they're hunting because of the felony. And it's just always been nagging at me to try to get this better for me. And I haven't been an alcoholic that I was back in them days. I quit that a long time ago. That was nowhere for me. I couldn't handle it. And it took a long time to figure that part out, but I've been clean and sober for, Jesus, over 20 years. I just want to be able to spend more time with the grandkids, maybe Canada, maybe Alaska, try to do the things that would benefit their lives.
Thank you, Mr. Cracker. We'll open up to questions from the board. Any questions for Mr. Cracker? Okay, you covered everything then. Appreciate your time and I hope you have a great weekend.
Geez, thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Cracker. Next up, we have Larry Souter. Mr. Souter.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi. Let's see, I'll start with I grew up as a Boy Scout, honors roll in high school, football, the traditional, American boy growing up, but one catch. My mom had cancer. 3 years of my high school, I watched my mom slowly die of cancer. She died my senior year. And it devastated me, but I managed to recover. I got into college, went off to college. And in my freshman year of college, my dad remarried. In his eyes, I was 18 and I was an adult. Even though watching your mom die of cancer for 3 years, really, you don't develop the way you should have. So that it put me over the edge. I mean, I even finished my freshman year in college with a 3.6 GPA. By the end of my sophomore year, I barely had a 2.0. I got kicked out of the school of computer science because I just mentally lost it. I going into the Army, went to basic training, was in my reserve unit, but I just kept going. I had no support. no one to turn to. My dad was off having his new family, his new life. And just kept making bad decisions. And I got in with a group, and after a night of partying, doing coke, what they call a soma coma, of doing somas and partying, one of the guys was like, "Hey, let's go snowmobiling." We went snowmobiling, and the snowmobile I was on did not have a registration. I was very intoxicated. The DNR tried to pull me over. I tried to flee. I crashed, tried to run on foot. They got me, and the snowmobile was stolen. And they charged me with use without owner's consent on a $6,000 snowmobile. The public defender tried to get the DA to go down to a misdemeanor, but he said he wouldn't because I had a pager on me. He thought I was involved with the drug trade. I was not in the drug trade. I was more of a user. So I pleaded no contest. I got 2.5 years of probation, and did 8 weeks of outpatient rehab, and I quit doing coke. That was my nemesis. I started working at Motorola, 60 hours a week. Went back to NIU, where I had screwed up. And asked the dean of the School of Computer Science to give me another chance. And he believed in me. He gave me another chance. He told me the class that I had failed twice. I took this other class and got nothing less than an A. He let me take it a third time, and I could get nothing less than a B. I did both. So he let me back in. I got my degree in computer science. But this has caused so many doors to be closed. You know what? As an IT professional, what it is to go to a company and say, "Hey, I want to work on the backbones of your security, but I have this felony." Those doors get immediately closed. It doesn't even matter how long it's been. I was surprised that I was given a chance at Chicago Tribune. I've been there now 19 years. And when I first started, I still remember to this day, the guy hired me after a week being there. He's like, "Dude, you're so underpaid." He's like, "Just stay with me and I'll get you where you need to be." And I'm sorry, I skipped over one part. After I got my bachelor's degree in 2000, .com, everything fell apart, and I went back and got my master's degree. And when I went back for my master's degree, Dr. Angadi, the head of the NIU computer science department, looked at me. He's like, "Just take the test. I don't care where you get on the GMAT." He's like, "You're in." Because I had shown so much. And I have worked so hard to get where I'm at, and this dark cloud just hangs over me. I have a 15-year-old daughter that, we are so close, and she knows about my mistakes in college, but she doesn't know about everything. And, one day I will have that conversation with her. But it would be nice to have a good ending to that chapter. So, I can say, "Hey, Dad made these mistakes, but look, he owned them, he made things right, and he was forgiven." And that's, I guess, about it.
Thank you, Mr.
I'm
Sauter.
sorry to be so emotional about
We
it, but this
understand.
is-
You're certainly not the only one. It is a difficult forum to talk about these things in, so thank you. Board members, questions? Reverend Hancock.
The story about you and the dean at Northern is
Yes.
very inspirational. Thank you for sharing that.
Yes.
Also, the DA in Kenosha County, district attorney in Kenosha County, who reviewed your application for a pardon, supports your getting a pardon from the governor. How does that support make you feel?
Considering the DA at the time would not reduce things down to a misdemeanor, that he absolutely refused that it needed to be a felony, to have a DA say, "No, he deserves this forgiveness," it feels really good.
Good. Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Sauter. Appreciate your time today, and I hope you enjoy your weekend.
You too. Thank you.
Thank you. Our last applicant of the afternoon session is Matthew Bush. Mr. Bush.
Hello.
Hello.
I want to start off by thanking Jesus, Governor Evers, and all the members of this board for this opportunity. The night of March 13th, 2010 changed my life forever. It was the worst night of my life because I broke the law and in doing so spread fear to my victims and in my community. On that night, I committed the crime I'm now coming before this council seeking a pardon for. I chose to burglarize a home while carrying a firearm. I want to again sincerely apologize to all my victims. I was sentenced to 2 years of incarceration and 4 years of extended supervision. Since being released from prison after completion of the Challenge Incarceration Program in 2011, as well as completion of probation and all treatment and restitution requirements in 2016, I began to focus on service. And it is this focus on service that stays with me today. I focus on serving my God, my family, my faith community, and my broader community. I serve God by seeking Him in prayer and devotion every morning. These times are a constant encouragement, guidance, and impartation of faith and hope that God has a plan for me, my family, and all of humanity. I serve my family, which is built upon a marriage of 16 years to my lovely wife, which has led to 5 wonderful children. I serve them by being an example, not of perfection, but striving to do what's right in difficult situations, and especially when no one is watching. I've also served them by always having stable employment, of which most recently I've been employed as a top national salesperson at one of the largest home improvement companies in the nation. I serve my faith community where since my release, I've become a licensed minister. I have the great privilege to teach biblical lessons on Wednesday nights and Sunday mornings. I also have served in our children's ministry, young adult ministry, and many other areas. One area that is particularly close to my heart is my service as a men's ministry leader, where I'm able to help guide men through addiction, family struggles, and re-entry into society after incarceration. I serve my broader community in many ways. Upon release, I graduated from UW Oshkosh, and I was employed at a nonprofit for 12 years where we served people with disabilities. In that time, I was afforded many opportunities, of which I'm very grateful for. I completed the Chamber of Commerce Leadership Program for community leaders. I was chosen as a Future 15 young professional in the Fox Cities region. I served former Governor Walker and current Governor Evers as chair of the Wisconsin Rehabilitation Council. And I also was a leader of a Good Neighbor team in partnership with World Relief that helped to resettle refugees in our local community. It is a blessing to live a life of service and be a person that gives, not a person that takes and destroys. And if given this pardon, I will be able to serve in many new and exciting ways. I will be able to participate as a chaperone and volunteer at my children's school without fear of being excluded because of my background. I'll be able to pursue different chaplaincy posts that would be off limits to me with a felony background. I also can pursue employment with large employers in our area like Oshkosh Corporation and Gulfstream. And lastly, I'll be able to tell the story that change is possible. By faith in God, hard work, and determination, you can go from your worst choice to living a blessed life. I'm sorry for what I did on that worst night of my life, but I'm also so grateful for the possibility of turning that horrible moment into something good. I'm humbly asking for your support of my pardon. Thank you all.
Thank you, Mr. Bush. Questions from the board? Reverend Hancock.
Mr. Bush,
Yes,
you
sir.
submitted a very thoughtful application. And
Thank you,
I
sir.
wonder if you found the application process to be kind of therapeutic.
Thank you for the question, sir. It was very difficult. I picked up that application many times, and I would agree with you that it was therapeutic. I needed to get that down on paper. I needed to get that out, and I have bottled those things up for a lot of years in the life that I lived professionally, and it was a very good release and therapeutic, to use your word. Thank you.
Good. And also, the district attorney in Winnebago County supports your getting a pardon from the governor. How does that support make you feel?
Thank you for that question, sir. It is, it's hard to put in words, but it is a validation of the work that I've done over the last number of years, and I'm very grateful for that support.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? All right. Thank you, Mr. Bush. That covers it from us. Appreciate your time, and I hope you enjoy your weekend.
Thank you as well. You have a great weekend as well. Take care.
Thank you. And that was our last applicant of the afternoon session. So at this time, I will entertain a motion to move the board into closed session pursuant to Wisconsin statute section 19.85 sub 1 sub a sub d and sub f for purposes of deliberations concerning specific cases before the board, considering specific applications, and considering financial, medical, social, and or personal histories of specific persons. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Cindy, second from Anthony. All in favor, aye.
Aye.
All opposed?